shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting, but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there is a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse. We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We have requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again, to make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now, or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets of Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents. Director Sayer.
My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the Director of the Emergency Management Department for the City of Minneapolis. I took this job to keep us safe because I live here, and this is my community. We are doing everything we can to mitigate the impacts of this terrible situation. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated, as it has throughout the surge in federal agents over the last few weeks. We are tracking impacts and coordinating the city's response to this situation, which is having profound repercussions in our community. I can't underscore enough how much Operation Metro Surge is impacting our city. Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering, just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery. Many of our Minneapolis residents, my neighbors, my friends, my community members, are ceasing participation in public life, afraid to even go to the doctor. In response, the city enterprise continues to utilize our entire emergency apparatus. That means staff across departments, often around the clock, are putting their regular jobs on hold in order to respond to the impacts of Metro Surge. I want everyone to know there are numerous resources available to community members right now. We have mental health help available. We have food assistance, housing and rental assistance, legal help. We are sharing information about what to do if you are exposed to tear gas, pepper spray, or other chemical agents, and the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that. My background is in international humanitarian response in conflict zones in Yemen, Haiti, Syria, Iraq, and Ukraine. What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people, making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner and if their family member or neighbor is about to be taken away. In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror and the feeling of helplessness. The best will continue to be our community's response. The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
We'll open it to questions.
We are seeing an incredible volatile situation unfolding right now around that scene. Is there any communication right now between local federal law enforcement or cooperation, or where do those efforts stand to try to calm what's going on down there right now?
Yeah, I'll turn it to the chief to answer.
So the question was, there is an incredibly volatile scene in South Minneapolis right now, and the extent of communication with law enforcement agencies. We have established a command post that is led by Minneapolis Police, and there are representatives from all of the regional, local, county, and state organizations. We have had communication with Homeland Security, but they have not been able to provide us any specific details around the incident itself. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of people on the streets of our city, and we are doing everything that we can to maintain the peace right now, led by Minneapolis Police, but with the help of the Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin and Ramsey County Sheriffs. Several suburban towns are in the city helping us with 911 calls. We have done an emergency recall of all sworn personnel back to duty. And we are working with the fire department right now to ensure that 2 small fires that were started in the area are safely extinguished. But again, we need everyone to avoid the area if possible, and the people who are in the area, we understand your frustrations. This is not sustainable. But we need people to leave the area at this time.
Is the National Guard involved?
We have communicated with the National Guard. They have been on standby for several days, and we have ensured the National Guard, as well as all of the local law enforcement partners, are aware of the situation.
Chief and Mayor, if I can ask you, this is a statement from Tricia McLaughlin, spokesperson for DHS. She said in her statement, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Seen here, they showed a picture of it. The officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid. Is that what happened?
So Minneapolis Police, the question was, you read a statement from DHS saying that a weapon was presented and there was attempts to disarm the person. Again, like I stated earlier, Minneapolis Police, as well as our supervisors, our watch commander, responded to the scene. We were not provided any public safety statement around the incident, what happened. We have since seen a video that is circulating online, like thousands of other people have at this time. So we do not know what happened prior to the recording that is online right now. I immediately called for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to respond, to conduct an investigation. They are on the scene. I believe the FBI is on the scene as well. But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you is we have identified this person, 37-year-old white male, resident of the city. The only interaction that we are aware of with law enforcement has been for traffic tickets, and we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Chief, can you clarify, was MPD cut out of this investigation? Has the BCA been cut out like we've seen from the 2 previous shootings?
The question was, has MPD been cut out of the investigation, and has the BCA been cut out? As I stated, I immediately requested the BCA to respond. It's my understanding that they are on the scene. I have not heard anything otherwise. There was initially some information was relayed to me over the radio that our officers were told that they were either not needed or could leave, and I gave a direct order to ensure that Minneapolis Police maintain the scene, as well as other state and local law enforcement.
Can you talk about the discrepancy?
Do you know whether it was multiple officers involved in the shooting or one officer, and do you know their whereabouts? Are they in custody at all or still on the scene?
So the question was is there multiple officers involved in the shooting? That is the preliminary information. That is our understanding, that it was more than one law enforcement officer involved in the discharge. And again, there is public video that shows several law enforcement officers in a scuffle with someone.
Can you talk about the discrepancy? The initial reports said that the victim here was 51 years old. The information that you have, where is that from?
So the question was, the initial reports said the victim was 51. The information that I have is we sent Minneapolis police officers to the hospital with the individual who was shot, and they have since identified that person.
2 more questions.
Do you have a name
shot?
I do, and I'm not releasing it.
Are you able to talk, have you been able to talk with top ICE and Border Patrol officials to ask them to please be in on this, or have you talked to them, or have you been rejected?
The question was, have we talked with federal law enforcement to be in on this? We have had conversations with Homeland Security Investigations this morning. We are told they do not have any information to share at this time, but we will attempt to maintain those communications going forward.
Last question.
Do you believe that they have no information to share at this time?
The question was, do I believe that they have no information to share at this time? I don't know if the individual that we were in contact with would or not. This is a Saturday morning. And just like it was for us, it was a scramble to do an emergency recall and to get people to the scene.
All right, thank you guys. We'll have more information if we get any later throughout the day.
You're listening to live special coverage on NPR News. I'm Nina Moyni. We have just completed a news conference where Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and Police Chief Brian O'Hara went through the details of what they know and what they are able to confirm from the scene this morning. Around 9 a.m. in South Minneapolis, we know that a man was shot and killed by federal agents in an interaction with them. Here's what Chief Brian O'Hara said. He said that he is not releasing the name at this time, but that they had officers that went to the hospital and got this information that this was a 37-year-old believed to be white man and a Minneapolis resident who Chief O'Hara said he believes is a lawful gun owner and believes that he has no criminal record and that it was a U.S. citizen. So that is what we have been told at this point from Chief Brian O'Hara, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, the both of them also saying that they want everybody to remain calm and peaceful, saying that they have reports that the scene out there in South Minneapolis has become very chaotic. Chief Brian O'Hara referring to it as an unlawful gathering, asking people to leave, mentioning that because we were ahead of this news conference talking to members of the Minneapolis City Council who were out at that scene. They obviously felt like they needed to be out there. Brian O'Hara saying that's an unlawful assembly, asking people to stay away from the area of 26th and Nicollet, saying there have been a couple of fires that police in the area have responded to give us more of a sense of what they're asking for and what is going on. Our Matt Sepik was just in the room. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Nina.
What did you make of how they were describing what happened this morning and the information, what little they've been able to gather?
Well, the first thing, and you may have mentioned this before we connected the call here, the person who was killed is not 51 years old. He is 37 years old. Police Chief Brian O'Hara described him as a 37-year-old white male. He knows the name, but it did not provide it publicly yet. They did a background search on him and found that his only interaction with the criminal justice system, if you can even call it that, is traffic tickets, and this person did have a legal permit to carry a firearm. That's what we know about the man who was killed at 9 this morning in South Minneapolis. Mayor Jacob Fry said that the video that is circulating on social media speaks for itself. He described what he saw on that footage as the man being pummeled by 6 masked agents. He said repeatedly, he said that he wants President Trump to, quote, end this operation. He said he is done being told that it is up to state and local officials to turn down the temperature. He noted yesterday's protest here in downtown Minneapolis, where he noted that 15,000 people came out to protest peacefully the presence of ICE in this city. He called it a massed military force and urged city residents to stand up for America, stand up for your city. He said that your children and grandchildren will know which side of this you were on. in decades to come. And he urged President Trump to abide by his political slogan, "Put America first," and stop the violence in the city. And that's what we heard at this news conference this afternoon. Also heard from Rachel Sayers, one of the top city officials here. She, in her previous career, worked in conflict zones overseas, including Ukraine, and she says that this is similar to what she has seen in other countries as doing human rights work, where you have a powerful force coming in and attacking citizenry in an urban environment. Again, the victim in this shooting, we can confirm now, a 37-year-old white male, American citizen, no criminal record, and a permit to carry. And early on, from the Department of Homeland Security, we could see that they are attempting to shape the narrative by saying that this man had been violent or had in some way confronted masked officers.
With
and
a gun.
They released a picture of the firearm that he was alleged to have had. Keep in mind that just 2 days ago, this administration released a doctored photo of Nikema Levy Armstrong, a civil rights activist who was arrested for a demonstration at a church just about a week ago. So we do need to be careful with any information that we get from official sources, particularly at the federal level, because there is an information war going on here right now.
Well, to your point, Matt, a lot of people believe that they have to be out at the scene acting as observers. And that's not to make excuses for anybody who breaks the law or, crosses lines. I'm just explaining what several observers that you and I have talked to have said. They feel they have to be there to record because they don't trust the information. And recent information has been disproven that has come from the federal government. So the way I see it, there's just so much going on right now, Matt. But in my mind, as I'm trying to organize this for our listeners, I'm thinking there's three things that are standing out to me. This overall situation of our state leaders, Democrats anyway, wanting ICE out of the state, saying this has been almost 2 months. Tensions have been escalating. People have been getting caught up in this. U.S. citizens, now 2 have lost their lives. Then there's, again, speaking of those 2 citizens, and we're still learning, we don't know the identity yet of the individual from this morning. Chief O'Hara said he does know, but he's not ready to release it at this time. But then there's also the investigations into the deaths of these 2 U.S. citizens in these interactions with federal agents, and in fear about how that is going to be handled. So let's talk a little bit about that, because after, again, Renee Macklin Good was killed, there was a falling out of sorts between state officials when they were essentially boxed out by the federal government, who said, we're going to be the ones to investigate this, which is not the norm, hasn't been in the past, and sort of kind of edged out the state police, the BCA. So now, in the aftermath of this latest death, I think people are really concerned about how that is all going to happen. What was your sense for what Chief O'Hara was saying about how Minneapolis police, which this occurred within their jurisdiction, were even able to, secure this scene? It sounds like a lot is going on out there.
It is, and it's hard to tell exactly who is in charge, if anyone, of any investigation, if any investigation is indeed happening. The police chief, Brian O'Hara, said that they responded as they typically do. They sent a team to 26th and Nicollet to gather evidence the best they can, and then they also called in the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which has expertise in investigating shooting scenes. But it appears from what the chief said that there has not been much cooperation between the state, local, and or the state and local on one side, and the federal authorities on the other. So it has yet to be seen what is going to happen, or if there will be a thorough investigation by anyone, or if, as we have seen with the killing of Renee Macklin Good on January 7th, that state agencies, the State Police Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, will be boxed out, as you say, of any federal investigation. And as I mentioned when we were talking earlier, New York Times did some excellent reporting just yesterday and found that a field agent, an FBI agent based at the Minneapolis field office, resigned over the way she was told to, downplay this investigation into the shooting of Renee Macklin Good. Another thing I want to emphasize, too, from this news conference is that both the mayor and police chief said this is a volatile scene now at 26th and Nicollet. The chief said it is an unlawful assembly. He is saying that people should not go there. He's urging people who are there to go home and keep the peace.
Yep.
Mayor Jacob Fry has said at past news conferences, didn't say it specifically this time, but he said many times before that people should protest peacefully and, in his words, not take the bait from the Trump administration, not give them the show that they want, and the video that they want of violence in the city.
Yep, Chief O'Hara, they're saying that the National Guard, of course, as we know, has been on standby. The idea there being that if they do need to be called into action, they're kind of already set up so that it doesn't take so long. And these are kind of lessons that they learned from the unrest in 2020 following the murder of George Floyd. And then you and I talked, Matt, about some of the lessons that they're learning, unfortunately, after the death of Renee Macklin Good. And now with the second individual that we're told, again, is a 37-year-old white man, Minneapolis resident, that they believe is a lawful gun owner with no criminal background, and a U.S. citizen. So 2 U.S. citizens now, both 37 years old, that have died in interactions that have been shot and killed by federal agents here in Minnesota. You mentioned the scene. Thank you so much, Matt Sepik. We're going to go out to the scene where our photojournalist Ben Hovland is. Obviously, people have been asked to disperse, but we know that it is your job to be there and document what's going on. We really appreciate it, Ben. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, Nina. Thanks for having me.
Chief O'Hara, I don't know if you were able to listen to that news conference or Matt and I, but he was saying that this area, it's been a few hours now since this fatal shooting occurred, asking people to leave that area, saying it's an unlawful assembly at this time. What are you seeing?
The situation on the ground is it's really spread out and there's a lot going on. I'm safe in an apartment building right now. Some very generous residents have allowed me to come in here, warm up, and charge my phone. But from where I can see from the roof of this building, there are still dozens of protesters at the intersection of 27th and Nicollet. They are just some are sitting, chanting, putting their arms in the air, saying "Hands up, don't shoot" in front of a line of federal agents. To the north of them, further north on Nicollet, there's another police line set up where I can see dozens more protesters, standing there face to face with what I believe are federal agents and some Hennepin County Sheriff's officers, as well as some Minneapolis police that are on the scene as well. Down the block on Nicollet, I can actually see there's a triangle of police tape set up. I'm seeing what look like yellow evidence marker triangles being placed on the street by FBI agents. Which is what appears to be they are cordoning off and actually collecting evidence at the site of the shooting now, which is just across the street from Glam Doll Donuts on Nicollet Avenue. Occasionally, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what are you seeing in terms of the presence of local law enforcement? Because Chief Brian O'Hara was saying that it's sort of an all hands on deck for them. They've called in the local agencies, county agencies, and that they really were trying to get evidence and secure the scene. What is your sense from what you've seen with your eyes of how MPD is conducting the scene? Because you mentioned there that the FBI is collecting evidence.
That's correct. It's a little bit hard for me to tell from my vantage point on the roof exactly which specific agents are picking up evidence at the scene right now. The best I can see of Minneapolis police presence is that they did send in several squads down the alley just off of Nicollet to do what appears to be crowd dispersal and crowd control on the west side of Nicollet, where protesters had actually set up some barricades, and for a minute, a large dumpster was actually burning in the middle of the street on 26th Street. But that's been cleared by now.
Okay. Ben, we know that for our listeners that you have been out almost daily since the surge in federal agents arrived here and were sent here by the Trump administration in early December 1st. So it's almost been 2 months now. What is your sense for the contrast between yesterday and today? People are tired, but so many people came out yesterday. Thousands of people came out in downtown Minneapolis to protest this ongoing surge that continues for almost 2 months now of federal agents here. And now this action happening today, another person fatally shot by an ICE agent. What's your sense for just how people are feeling at this point?
Just in what I've seen in the past hour and a half or 2 hours that I've been here, and coming in and out of this apartment building, there's certainly a sense of grim resilience happening. Right now, I can see that there are some pots of chili set up in this common area. I'm warming up in right now, so people can eat. I know when tear gas has been deployed out on the streets, people in this building have helped people to safety, and that there's a sense of people are just trying to make sure their neighbors are safe and that people on the street are also safe as they are out protesting.
Okay. Ben, we'll let you go for now. Really appreciate your reporting, and please stay safe as always.
Yeah, thank you, Nina.
Want to remind you all, this is NPR News live special coverage. I'm Nina Moini. Thanks for being with us. A little while ago, we heard from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and Police Chief Brian O'Hara, who are talking about this incident. We know a second person, this is the second incident, they're not related. A second person was shot and killed this morning in an interaction with ICE agents in South Minneapolis. Police believe this is a 37-year-old white man who is a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident. They did not release his name. They said that he appears to not have a criminal record and that he appears to be a lawful gun owner. DHS has released a statement saying that officers, or one officer or more, shot because they feared for their life when encountering this individual. There is video out there that a lot of people have seen. NPR News has not been able to verify the source of it, but we know that Chief O'Hara and Mayor Frey did make reference to it today, the video that's out there. And their words that they used are, this is from Chief O'Hara, quote, "The video speaks for itself," and from Mayor Frey, who said, "I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death." So again, video surfacing, different interpretations and statements are coming out. Right now, though, Chief O'Hara has explicitly asked people to leave the area of 26th and Nicollet there in South Minneapolis where the shooting occurred. It has been a few hours. A lot is going on out there. He's asking people to leave and now calling it an unlawful assembly. So again, these leaders here in the state not wanting things to escalate. Chief O'Hara talked about a couple of small fires that folks had to already put out. They have been consistently sending a message now for almost 2 months asking people to stay calm and to not give any reason for the administration to send even more people in, or perhaps even the National Guard. So that is where we're at. With that context, I do want to now play some audio here from a witness at the scene that our Ben Hovland collected. This is Stella Carlson. Let's play what she has to say.
The ICE agents approached us, told us to back up, back up. I'm not even sure why. We were helping them, if anything. And I got on the snowbank, and next thing I knew, they shot him. And there was no reason. There were really no ICE agents around us. They were just starting to approach us. There was zero threat. And this person was not even turned and facing them. He wasn't even facing them. I have video footage, so we'll see where that goes.
Can you tell us a little bit more?
I just want to say it was very devastating to watch his friends and the people he arrived with try to navigate their friend on the ground, and just watching somebody that you stand in line for coffee with just bleed out. Like, I don't even know the injuries, and I hope he's okay, but seeing a lifeless body of your neighbor is nothing anybody ever wants to see. And those thinking that this is an action on us need to understand that this is absolutely something we're really just trying to protect each other, and we are not armed. We have no weapons. We are not agitating. And they started almost pepper spraying us just for standing there and witnessing. This is an assault on our community.
Again, you're listening to live special coverage on NPR News. I'm Nina Moini. That was a witness named Stella Carlson describing what she saw out at the scene there in South Minneapolis this morning. This is around 9 o'clock again. We have learned that an individual who Minneapolis police say was a 37-year-old white man, U.S. citizen, lawful gun owner, with no criminal record, was shot and killed by federal agents this morning there in South Minneapolis. We know that DHS has said that these agents were acting in self-defense and that this individual approached them with a weapon. So a lot is unfolding there. Again, we have people in the area collecting, journalists in the area collecting witness accounts. As for that area, though, again, South Minneapolis, 26th and Nicollet area, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara is asking people to leave that area. He is calling that an unlawful assembly at this point. Obviously, a lot of people have shown up to the scene pretty upset, and things there are a bit dicey. So he has asked that people leave that area. We want to hear some more now from Chief O'Hara from this news conference that was just a little bit ago. Let's take a listen.
Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there is a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse. We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We have requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
Hearing there again from Chief Brian O'Hara, the Minneapolis police chief, asking people not to go to the area there in South Minneapolis, to leave the area if anyone is over there. This is Nicollet and 26th there in South Minneapolis, where, again, we have confirmed that a man was shot and killed this morning around 9 o'clock by federal agents. As this story is developing, we've got our reporters in the area for us. Faven Gorezgihar joins me again. Hi, Faven.
Hey, Nina.
What are you seeing now out there? Where are you?
I'm in an apartment building between 26 and 27 on Nicollet, which has been occupied by federal agents for the past couple hours now. Just a few minutes ago, I saw a mass of agents throw several canisters towards a bunch of bystanders that have been kind of encroaching and protesting the shooting. And there's just a huge plume of white smoke kind of coming towards us right now.
What have you been hearing from people about the use of chemical irritants on the crowd in the past couple of weeks, as this sort of another surge of agents came to the area? As you and I know, Faven, people have been reporting a lot of chemical irritants of many different colors, the things that are unfamiliar to them, that have been deployed. What is it looking like around that area, and what are you hearing from people related to that response?
Yeah, it's a pretty tense scene. There are trash cans spilled over. You're just seeing like huge kind of plumes of smoke as they continuously throw off these tear gas. I've heard at least like 5 or 6 huge explosions that kind of like resonate from inside the building. People are really frustrated. Someone told me this is the third time they've been tear gassed in recent weeks as they try to just observe ICE actions in Minneapolis. A lot of anger about what happened. And just also a lot of fear because it just is a little closer to home for some folks.
And when you talk about the fear, are people talking to you at all about the role? We don't know what the role of this individual, we should say, was this morning in this interaction. This person, this 37-year-old white man, U.S. citizen, Minneapolis resident, who Minneapolis police say was killed this morning by a federal agent. We don't know, but we do know that people have been kind of thinking about ever since Renee Macklin Good was killed in her moment of observing. What do you think people are saying about just the actions of observing and how to continue to chronicle what's happening and get video and documentation while staying safe?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I spoke to one woman who says that she was next to him as he was shot, and she says he was looking away and that they were just peacefully trying to guide cars through traffic. And so I think there's just a lot of uncertainty around what one can do to stay safe as one kind of is moving in your legal right to observe. I will just say I see that federal agents have kind of backed off the block, and I'm seeing a lot of protesters now coming down Nicollet. So they might be leaving the street now, it seems.
Okay. And we also want to let our listeners know that we are awaiting a news conference happening at 1:30, so in about an hour, with Governor Tim Walz. So we know that the governor has again activated the State Emergency Operations Center. We know that some of the National Guard is on standby so that if they should be activated or called on to be activated, that they would be there, be ready, essentially, and it wouldn't take as long for them to get into the areas where they needed to go. Faven, thank you so much. Really appreciate your reporting. We may come back to you, but we'll let you get back to observing.
All right, thank you.
So again, we are now waiting for a 1:30 news conference to begin with Governor Tim Walz after hearing that another person, a second person now over the course of the last couple of months here in Minnesota, has been shot and killed by federal agents here in Minneapolis. I understand we have some reporting now from Weekend Edition that is going to give us some of the latest on this shooting.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Scott Simon. U.S. federal agents have shot and killed another person in Minneapolis. It is the third such shooting and second fatality in the city this month. Local and state officials are again calling on the Trump administration to pull its officers out of Minnesota. NPR's Jennifer Ludden is in Minneapolis. Jennifer, thank you for being with us.
Hi, Scott.
What can you tell us about what's happened?
Well, we know the shooting was around 9 o'clock this morning outside a donut shop south of downtown. And the victim was a 37-year-old male. And from there, we have gotten conflicting information. The Department of Homeland Security tweeted a statement saying officers were conducting a targeted operation. They said it was against an immigrant in the U.S. illegally who was wanted for violent assault. DHS says the man approached Border Patrol agents with a semi-automatic handgun. They tried to disarm him. He resisted them, and agents fired defensive shots, fearing for their life. Now, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara has told reporters he does not know what happened before his officers arrived on the scene. But the victim has been identified, and he said officials think it's a U.S. citizen, a white male, with no criminal record, and that he's a lawful gun owner with a right to carry. Now, Police Chief O'Hara also said that there was an unlawful gathering of protesters, and he urged people to clear out and stay calm. And I was there this morning. You had dozens and dozens of people who rushed to the scene protesting ICE, but not knowing exactly what had happened.
Well, Governor Walz has also spoken, and the mayor of Minneapolis, too, haven't they?
Yes, Governor Tim Walz put out a statement saying this was sickening. He said on social media, he called on the Trump administration to pull the, quote, thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. This comes after weeks of local residents describing, what they see as really aggressive treatment on the part of these officers. We've had some American citizens detained, refugees here lawfully have been detained. Mayor Jacob Fry spoke this morning at a press conference and said that, this is a political partisan narrative, and he's just tired of residents being blamed for the tense situation here. Let's listen to Mayor Fry.
So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again.
Jennifer, I know you've been out at the scene of the killing. Tell us what you've seen there and how people seem to be reacting.
There's just a lot of anger. And let me just note that this comes one day after a huge, very peaceful, kind of joyful in a sense, sorrowful but joyful in a sense, protest yesterday where I also was. Thousands of people assembled, lots of signs about making puns on ICE and asking them to get out, demanding they get out, people saying they're worried for their neighbors, their co-workers who've been arrested, their city, which they feel has been targeted. And, you have people hiding out, afraid to go outside. It was a very peaceful protest, and now this morning, after the shooting, dozens of people did come to the scene. They put up barricades. They were chanting, "ICE, get out." And then we had local police officers really pushing them back. There were blocks and blocks blocked off with yellow tape and multiple rounds of tear gas to try and clear the scene. Rachel Sayer is the head of emergency management for the city. She also spoke about the human impact this is having, the profound impact, especially on the many people who are afraid to go out. Let's give a listen to her.
Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery.
Yeah, so families are suffering, businesses are suffering. People here are just wondering how long this is going to go on. They really want the thousands of federal agents here to move on.
NPR's Jennifer Ludden in Minneapolis. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
This is NPR News. You're listening to live special coverage. I'm Nina Moini. Thanks so much for being with us. I am joined in the studio now by politics editor Brian Bax. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Hi, Nina.
Really appreciate it. Brian and I and all of you were perhaps listening into the news conference about an hour ago where Brian O'Hara, Minneapolis police chief, and Mayor Jacob Fry addressed a fatal shooting that occurred this morning in South Minneapolis, where they say a 37-year-old white man who they described as a Minneapolis resident, a U.S. citizen, and a lawful gun owner with no criminal background was fatally shot by federal agents in South Minneapolis. DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has said that the man was attacking officers with a weapon, with a gun, and that they acted in self-defense. There is a video out there that people are having different interpretations on. NPR News has not been able to verify it or its source independently. We can tell you some reactions from a bit ago. Mayor Jacob Fry saying the video, or saying of the video, "I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death." So that was what Mayor Fry had to say about it. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara saying the video speaks for itself. We know that Chief O'Hara has also asked people to leave the area of South Minneapolis. This is near 26th and Nicollet in the Whittier neighborhood, asking people to leave that area, saying it is now an unlawful assembly. It's been almost 4 hours since this fatal shooting occurred. He said that they have officers on the scene collecting evidence, and they are trying to cooperate with the FBI. At 1:30, in under an hour here, we are expecting to hear from Governor Tim Walz. And Brian, a lot of people, as you know, from elected officials to people on the street, have been asking, what can the governor do, and what has he done, and is he doing enough? We heard from Minneapolis Councilmember Jamal Osman, who was on the scene earlier out there in the Whittier neighborhood, saying that he was okay with the actions of Mayor Jacob Fry and the leadership he's shown, but he called on the governor to do more and to maybe even come out physically to some of these scenes and interactions. What did you make of that criticism?
Well, it's interesting because after the shooting of Renee Macklin Good earlier this month, we saw the governor quite a bit in successive days. We haven't seen the governor much in the past week since the investigation into various government officials, including his office, was announced by the Department of Justice. They've been very cautious about putting him out there because of all of those competing factors. But we will hear from him in less than an hour. One thing that the governor can do, but so far has not yet done, is bring in the National Guard to help kind of calm the situation on the streets. He has put them on standby, which means a state of readiness so they could be activated quickly. And as you mentioned earlier, they've learned a lot since 2020 after the George Floyd murder, where things can get out of hand very quickly and they just don't want to take the time to have to marshal everybody. So they've got the Guard on standby, but so far they've not been put into use. We heard Police Chief Brian O'Hara say that there has been calls for mutual aid that's kind of surrounding communities and other jurisdictions to come in to kind of help keep the peace on the streets. We've seen images and our reporters have said that there has been dispersal chemicals like tear gas or other types of such stuff dispersed. Just on my way in, I was passed at very high speed this RV-sized Minnesota ambulance strike team unit, and it was heading west to 984, presumably to that area. And this is a unit that provides medical support for large scale events. So I'm sure they're getting a lot of things staged just in case. It is 9 below out there. I mean, it has been very cold, so maybe we're not seeing the outpouring that we could have seen if the temperatures were more hospitable. But still, a lot of people are very worked up right now. And as you mentioned, people want to know, what are their leaders doing? The governor says he's been in contact with the White House. We don't know who he's spoken to, basically saying to the president that time to pull out, time to scale down this major operation. Of course, we also saw Vice President J.D. Vance in here earlier in this week, and he was saying that they want more cooperation between the state and the local units of government with the federal response to their immigration operation that has been going on for almost 2 months. The local officials are saying that they would help if the operation was targeted toward those truly violent individuals. But as we know, we're not seeing the full scope of the arrest, so we don't know who's been all caught up in this immigration operation. And we have heard many stories. Our reporters have done many stories on people who were going through legal channels to be in this country, and they were caught up in it as well. And those are the types of things that the Department of Homeland Security has not talked as much about, only when it makes the headlines.
And also, facts and figures have not been readily available. We know Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino was in town the other day. Reporters were asking, how many people are you looking for? Because people do want to know, when is this surge of agents to the area going to end? And he said, the numbers are this, when we get everybody or all of them or something to that effect. So the specifics are not there, which adds to some of the tension as well. But, I feel like with the National Guard too, Brian, we know that people may not understand exactly their role, why they're being called in, who is calling them in. Because there's also been talk about perhaps President Donald Trump calling in the National Guard and the ways
calling in active duty military from other bases. Yes. That's been on the table. He would need to invoke the Insurrection Act to do that. J.D. Vance said this week that they're not at that stage yet, but the president could change his mind based on circumstances, is what he told reporters in Minneapolis. So this could escalate rather quickly, and I think a lot of people want to make sure it doesn't. They want to try to do what they can. And I did want to mention that the Department of Homeland Security, the Border Patrol Chief Commander Greg Bovino, and the Immigration and Customs Enforcement higher up, Marcos Charles, are due to have a press conference toward the top of the hour. We haven't heard them on camera today. We'll be watching for information out of there. But as we know, The narrative coming from the Department of Homeland Security is that these officers today fired at a man that they said was heavily armed and acting in a violent manner toward them. The videos that we've seen, which are out there everywhere, and the mayor and the police chief have commented on, show a large gathering of officers around this man. And some police experts have been on other stations talking about how in some of these situations, that alone can escalate the situation. It can make, they don't know who's giving the commands to the person that they're trying to restrain. They don't know if that alone has kind of will up the ante, but we don't know a lot about whether this gun that they've shown was actually brandished or if it was just on the possession of this person who has a lawful permit to carry. Minnesota's a permit to carry state, and this man, according to Police Chief Brian O'Hara, had a lawful permit.
And that's, again, another reason why that they say they're asking people and really imploring people to stay calm, to stay peaceful, because to your point, even if Governor Walz were to call in the National Guard is assisting with helping federal agents to be able to complete, the tasks that they've been assigned to do. So it does make you wonder about, how people responded in 2020 and how they're responding now. It seems like they are wanting to say we are ready for this, and they're wanting to get in front of people and say, don't take the bait is another thing we've heard. Chief Brian O'Hara said that, again, that area, and we want to stress this, he says that it's an unlawful assembly and that it's not safe to be in the area of 26th and Nicollet there near the scene in South Minneapolis, asking people to leave, calling it an unlawful assembly. But we do know that there are still many people out at that scene and that that's still going on as well. Chief O'Hara saying there have been a couple of small fires, he described, that he's
in
already...
dumpsters, yes, you can see those out there, yeah.
Yeah, that he has already dispatched crews to go, and he has said that they were able to take care of those. But it's this constant tension, right, and this constant who's going to do what next. So I guess we'll see at 1:30 what, if any, next steps the governor would take.
And one thing that's interesting about this is because of the scale of the operation, there have been things happening all over Minneapolis, all over the metro area, and in other parts of the state. And so some of these protests have been kind of popcorny, as people confront situations where there's a mass of agents coming in, they're recording them on their phone. Sometimes these situations get a little bit rowdy, and there's words back and forth or chemical agents used. And so it's been hard for public safety officials to stay on top of it. In fact, Police Chief Brian O'Hara says that they get so many 911 calls about ICE agent activity that they can't keep up with it all. So they're trying to triage it. So they're going when there's a life safety situation. And we also know that down by the Whipple Federal Building in South Minneapolis, where a lot of these operations are kind of headquartered and where some of these people that are being detained have been taken, there are now many more security barriers that have gone up after days and nights of clashes. And I don't want to say that it's been all combustible because we've seen peaceful protests as well.
Sure.
We saw yesterday, 10 to 15,000, maybe even 20,000 by some estimates of people who were marching on the streets of Minneapolis and over to Target Center for a rally. And so that's kind of the images that we sometimes see a lot are the ones where it gets out of hand. But the other ones have also been happening. People have been trying to make their voices heard. And that's what the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, and the governor have been saying is, go ahead, speak up, please speak up, but just keep your temperature down, keep it cool, because they don't want to have these clashes that would give the administration reason to call that Insurrection Act into play and reason to send in military members. And they don't want to have to use the Minnesota National Guard either. But it's interesting that we've already seen images of if the Minnesota National Guard comes in, they will be wearing emblazoned, fluorescent vest to note that they're from the National Guard, because a lot of the folks out on the street right now are wearing fatigues in the federal agent units that doing the immigration operations. They're in camouflage, and so they want to make sure that they're held apart, that they're not seen as part of this immigration operation.
And that's another thing we've heard Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara doing several national interviews and even with us saying that the trust that his police department has aimed to rebuild or create since 2020 and that unrest that followed the murder of George Floyd. He feels that it's being very much jeopardized by this influx of federal agents who he feels are using too aggressive of tactics and who he feels are not trained properly and who he feels essentially are setting back law enforcement. And we've also heard that from several other area, more suburban metro area mayors that came together and have also talked about that. And part of that is because, as we've heard Chief O'Hara say, and Mayor Fry, they are extremely outnumbered by this now almost 2,000 to 3,000 federal agents that are in the area. So a lot of people will look to Minneapolis police. You mentioned they're getting tons of 911 calls, wondering why can they not come out here and arrest somebody who is using too much force. And the fact of the matter is, even when people have clips of video like the one that's circulating today, you never really have something from the first second an interaction starts to the very end. And while that might not even be legally significant, it's certainly significant to people and the court of public opinion, if you will.
I do want to underscore that we don't know the full complexion of this surge in federal officers. Some are from the Minnesota area.
Yeah.
We've known that the Jonathan Ross, who is the officer who shot Renee Macklin Good, is from the Twin Cities area.
Yep.
But a lot of them aren't. And we don't know how many of them are seasoned agents, and we don't know how many of them are newer agents. And that's important because we've seen plenty of reporting about how the training has been dramatically scaled back as the immigration contingent gets scaled up around the country, because this is obviously a top priority of the Trump administration is to remove people from the country who they say should no longer be here. And so we've seen the training go down, and that's been one of the points that the governor and others have really latched onto is, are these people trained in de-escalation? Do they know the proper way to approach these situations? And is that itself contributing to some of the stuff we're seeing at, the third shooting in Minnesota just this month, and two of them, of course, now fatal?
I feel like there are three threads, if I could just try to organize thoughts for our listeners here. There, of course, is this general almost 2 months now of this increased and then further increasing as the weeks have gone on, influx of federal agents in the area. And many of our leaders, Democrats in the state, saying we want ICE out right now, please leave, trying to work on all of that. There's also the idea of these investigations and how they have been conducted into these two separate, now we're learning, U.S. citizens who have died, who've been fatally shot by federal law enforcement.
Yeah, and that's really interesting because in the aftermath of the first shooting, the Renee Macklin Good shooting, there was at least some sense that there would be cooperation between the state BCA and the FBI. But we learned the next day that the state had been shut out. And then we heard the Attorney General, Keith Ellison, and Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty say, we can try to conduct some sort of information. We don't have access to some of the forensics. We don't have access to the car. We don't have access to the shell casings and that types of things that we would need to do kind of the fuller investigation that we would normally do in deciding whether there is a chargeable offense. This time, we heard very early, like within hours, from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty asking people, get us your information now because we don't want there to be any lapse. Again, we heard from Ben Hovland, who's on the scene, that the FBI is there putting up various things related to their investigation where the shell casings are and so forth. We don't know if the BCA is going to be invited in or not.
Yeah, and you may have already mentioned this, but Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, very soon, within a couple of hours of this incident, a fatal shooting occurring this morning, releasing a statement saying, and I'm paraphrasing, but saying that it's really imperative that Minneapolis police and that state police be able to, have the evidence out there and assess the scene. And there was also a link included for members of the public to submit their own videos. And it was striking to me because obviously they didn't feel the need to do that directly after Renee Macklin Good was shot and killed. But it seems like now, it's sad to say, but they sort of tried to learn from how that went.
And that one shooting in between, which was in North Minneapolis and involved a subject of the ICE efforts, that one, the BCA did help investigate, but they said they didn't get access to the agent who fired and some other information that the FBI had already amassed. So they say that even with being able to be out on the scene, that they were impaired in their investigation. And so I think there's a lot of folks in Minnesota, a lot of public officials in Minnesota who are almost going into this one expecting that they will be shut out of all the normal investigative channels, but they want to make sure that they are showing to the public and doing what they can to try to shed more light on the shooting this morning.
And again, we just want to remind our listeners who may just be tuning in that this is live special coverage on NPR News. We are awaiting a 1:30, probably won't start on time, but a news conference with Governor Tim Walz. He is going to be giving his first public remarks in response to the fatal shooting that happened this morning in South Minneapolis, where, according to Minneapolis police, a 37-year-old white man who was a Minneapolis resident, a lawful gun owner with no criminal background and a U.S. citizen, was fatally shot by federal law enforcement, by federal agents. DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, coming out with an image on social media of the gun they say this person they referred to as a suspect had. They say the man was attacking officers with a gun and that officers had to act in self-defense. There is video that you may have heard Brian and I referenced a moment ago that is out there that NPR News hasn't independently been able to obtain or verify, but it is something that is circulating, so much so that Mayor Jacob Fry and Police Chief Brian O'Hara commented on it today. And the way that Mayor Fry described the video was that he had just seen a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of his constituents and shooting him to death. So again, as many different accounts are unfolding, and we also have our reporters out in the community in South Minneapolis, talking to people, talking to witnesses. That is what we can do. We can bring you the very latest reporting. We can bring you accounts from people on the scene, and we'll continue to do that. And I understand now we have someone on the line, local journalist Jana Shortle of KARE 11, and my friend as well. Jana, do we have you?
Yeah, Nina, I'm here.
Jana, I'm here with Brian Baxter, our politics editor. Thanks for your time. I understand you have been out in South Minneapolis for a while this morning. Will you tell us kind of when you arrived and what you saw?
Absolutely. At present, I'm no longer at the scene. I had been pepper sprayed when I was there, and I had some eye problems, so I came back to the station.
Okay.
I got a text alert probably 9:15 this morning that there was a shooting near 26th and Nicollet. So I got in my car. I don't live far from there. I live on the south side and went down there. I couldn't see anything that would clarify what kind of shooting it was once I got there. It was already pretty chaotic, and it honestly was reminiscent to the day that Renee Good was shot, because I was also at that scene via a text and a signal chat 15 minutes after, and it felt the same. Like, I saw a lot of federal agents, and I saw a lot of people starting to show up and start asking questions and yelling, and no one quite seemed to know who was in charge or what was going on. I was on Nicollet. Go ahead, Nina.
No, go ahead.
I was on Nicollet with maybe a dozen. There were people protesting, so I just did what we do. I was just taking pictures with my phone. I had my press badge on. We didn't have a crew there yet, so I was just taking pictures with my phone. There might have been one other photographer there. There were probably 10 agents, some ICE, some Border Patrol, and there was a police line. So the agents were behind the line, the protesters were on the other side, or just neighbors looking at what's going on. And at some point, they started to move the tape for some reason, but we didn't understand. They just started pushing on it, and then they started yelling at us, move back, move back. And I started to move back. And again, I was marked press, and then an agent shoved me pretty hard backwards and said something, and then I said, "Don't push me. I'm moving back. I'm press. Don't push me. Why are you pushing me?" And then he pushed me again, and that time I started to fall, and at the same time, somebody squirted a chemical irritant directly into my left eye underneath my glasses.
Jana, you made this is Brian Baxter. You made a point about how you were one of the early reporters on the scene of the Renee Macklin Good shooting just a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you were there early today. Can you just talk about just the spontaneous responses of both and just what you saw and how that maybe they differed between that one and this one today?
You know, honestly, Brian, it seemed similar today in that being there shortly thereafter, I did not know that a person was shot and killed. All I got on the signal text was that there was a shooting, possibly ICE agents or federal agents, near the area of 26th and Nicollet. So I drove straight there. Wasn't a lot of law enforcement there on the ground, but it's so cold outside, they may have been there in cars. But I just saw, a lot of federal agents, not a lot of police. This is before State Patrol comes in, not a lot of protesters, maybe about 50. And that, it was different than Renee Good, that shooting of Ms. Good, in that was only protesters when I got to that one, and a lot of federal agents. What I noticed, too, is that as Minneapolis police started to even kind of approach the scene, just walking, it just seemed like a lot of confusion. A Minneapolis police officer was sitting next to me and said to an agent behind the tape, "Do you have a supervisor? Is there a supervisor in there that I can talk to?" And he's like, "I don't know, just go back there somewhere." So it was a chaotic situation in both instances.
Jana, I know that in 2020 as well, obviously you were here reporting and you've been in touch with a lot of like the mutual aid and the community responses. And one thing I've consistently heard from people that is so striking is that obviously it's not the exact same, but that people sort of fell back into some of the, mutual aid or neighborhood help or hyper local helping out other people and some of that, those organized kind of grassroots ways of connecting with one another to provide resources. Have you seen that? Have you experienced that?
Absolutely. I mean, I live on the South Side. In this particular instance, this Operation Metro Surge, I've seen different neighborhood groups, the volunteering at the bus stops just to make sure kids get home safe. And I want to stress to people who are listening, that's not an agitation. They're literally just there to make kids safe. Today I saw, to your point, Nina, we're 6 years older than we were in 2020. And I can't stress enough how chaotic that once it got to be this situation it is now, there were no orders to disperse or no get backs. It was just firing pepper balls over and over and over and over again. I mean, at least 50 in like a 10-minute period. And they were like shot out of what looked like a T-shirt cannon. I mean, they were just hitting people and then people were throwing them back. But I bring that up to say, as myself and two younger journalists that were there with CARE were kind of running away because we couldn't breathe. We ran into groups of people who had so many medical supplies. They had different kinds of masks. They had different kinds of waters and saline solutions and hand warmers. Everybody, and it's kind of heartbreaking, knows how to do this. And I don't know what to do with that psychologically.
Can you tell us a little bit about that area? I know you said you lived in the area. This is a Whittier area, correct? What's going on around you? What's in that area?
Well, where it happened it is the heartbeat of Eat Street. You are seeing every single pho restaurant. You're seeing, Jasmine 26. You're seeing Peninsula. You're seeing Quang. I mean, these are all the restaurants that dot the landscape of Eat Street. This is Eat Street and Lake Street, to me, are two veins of the city of Minneapolis that show us what America is when it's possible for everybody. And I love Eat Street. It is every single different kind of thing that you could imagine down 6 city blocks. When I first moved here, I lived across from MIA, which is Eat Street. And then when I got really, really excited to move into a duplex on First and then to a studio over Spy House, those are all Whittier and Eat Street. And the diversity, and you've got artists that are going to the art school, you've got the art museum, and then you have these immigrant restaurants. And it's just extremely dense and extremely lively and beautiful. It's just such a special place.
I wonder how you're feeling just physically, if you don't mind sharing. I'm sorry that you were sprayed. I think that people, we've had folks on Minnesota Now in recent weeks talking about, we don't know exactly what every chemical is that's being used, but it is true. The science does show that even one interaction with a chemical irritant can have lasting effects for people, and have before. What was that experience like, if you don't mind sharing?
Honestly, I just want to say that I think the part about me talking about it that is the most important is that I was behind the line and I was following the rules, and I was clearly marked press. And it wasn't like a big blast of gas pepper spray, because no one else around me got pepper sprayed. This was sprayed directly into my eye. It felt like a squirt into the eye. Nobody on my right, nobody on my left. I just went down. So it was targeted at a member of the press that was behind the police tape. Did it hurt? Yes, it hurt very badly. But to the point of community members started helping me all of a sudden. And then they said, would you like to go into an apartment where someplace is warm? And someone just said, come in my home, take your shoes off. You can have my shower. You can have anything you want. And I stayed there for about 30 minutes. I was able to call my wife. There's a lot of irritant on my coat and on my hat, and a lot of people, I think, get in trouble when it stays on their person. There's still some on my face because I need shower, and I bring that up because people may just stay out and wipe their eyes, but you got to make sure to get it all off. But I can't, people help me I don't even know their names. I'm so grateful if any of them ever hear this. Thank you. And it's just really frustrating. I was there to do a job. I didn't yell at anybody. I wasn't trying to get past the tape. I didn't do anything. I was by myself. I'm 5'5", 110 pounds maybe.
Well, Jana, I really want to thank you for taking the time to share your experience with us. I really appreciate it. And please stay safe and take care of yourself.
All right. Thank you and Brian for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jana.
Again, this is NPR News. You're listening to live special coverage. We are awaiting a news conference at 1:30 with Governor Tim Walz giving his first public reaction and remarks to a fatal shooting that happened this morning when we're told a 37-year-old man was shot and killed by federal agents in South Minneapolis. DHS saying the agents were acting in self-defense and the man had a weapon. So a lot is still unfolding here, a lot of questions. We want to go to someone else who is out with neighbors right now. We have Ward 10 Councilmember Aisha Chugtai. Thank you so much for your time, Councilmember.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Can you talk a little bit, if you wouldn't mind, just about where you are and kind of when you responded to what was going on this morning?
Well, this morning I was woken up by my neighbor calling me and making me aware that one of our neighbors was on a Saturday morning early shot and killed in front of a donut shop on Eat Street. I want to start by telling you a little bit about the Whittier neighborhood where I've lived for coming up on a decade right now. About 13,000 people live in this community. This is one of the most dense neighborhoods in Minneapolis. This is also one of the youngest neighborhoods in Minneapolis. In fact, some of the highest rates of children under 18 live in this neighborhood in our city, in our state. And that's important to know because when we are seeing so much tear gas and chemical irritants deployed into the neighborhood, and I'm getting calls from my constituents in apartment buildings who are waking up to their weekend with tear gas in their apartment, I take issue with that. This federal occupation is destroying my neighbors' lives. It has become lethal at this point to stand up for your neighbor, and this has to stop.
Councilmember, this is Brian Baxt. You've heard it from the mayor, you've heard it from the governor, this stay calm message. I wonder how that's going over with your neighbors and people in your area who have been kind of at the epicenter of this for now going on almost 2 months?
I think what I hear really clearly from my neighbors and what I feel in this moment right now is actually a deep anger and sadness over what is happening in our community. What we need is for these federal agents to leave our community, to leave our state. What we need is for the perpetrators who killed Alex today down the street from me to be arrested and held to account. And I think it is. We are in this neighborhood. We stand up for one another, and we're not gonna. I mean, it's not clear to me what I'm supposed to do other than show up in solidarity instead of going home and going about my day.
You used a name. We haven't confirmed the identity of the person, and the authorities haven't released one. But did you know this person?
No, I did not know this person. This person was just my neighbor.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about some of the calls from, Chief Brian O'Hara and Mayor Jacob Fry for people to please, remain calm and peaceful, asking folks to leave the scene, essentially, the area, 26th and Nicollet, I believe it is. What do you think about that? I think a lot of people want to find a balance, right, between showing up and making their voices heard, but also being safe and not wanting to escalate things to a more violence.
I take issue with any insinuation that it is the residents of this city or of this neighborhood that are instigating violence or are the reason escalations are happening. I was walking, when I arrived on scene early this morning, I'm like walking down the block, and a Border Patrol agent grabbed me and moved me to a different side of the street because he didn't like where I was standing, right? I watched them tackle someone who was just walking down the block and cuff them and arrest them. So, there's one group of people here that are instigating violence, that are killing our neighbors, that are taking our precious children and tear gassing them. There's one group of people who are the real instigators here, and that is the federal agents. And it's their behavior that we need to be policing in this moment.
Are you concerned about people? People have said, and even Chief O'Hara has said, that he is concerned that although obviously this is a different law enforcement agency, that he is concerned about losing some of the, trust that folks have worked hard to build since 2020 and following the murder of George Floyd. What do you think about that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, in this moment, I think it is really important that we show up for our community in any way we can. That's the way that's the way the city repairs trust with the community that ultimately it is accountable to. And I think it is really tough when we show up in our neighborhoods and we see so many different law enforcement agents, right? Some federal, some local. And it seems like nobody really cares about the actual people that live in the community. No one's really trying to stand up for us. I think that's the reality of the moment we're in right now.
Before we have to let you go, and we really appreciate your time, I'm sure we are awaiting this news conference that's meant to start at 1:30 with Governor Tim Walz. People have different, obviously, opinions on everybody, but we did have Councilmember Jamal Osman on earlier while he was still out at the scene there in South Minneapolis, and he said that while he's been pleased, it sounds like, with reactions and steps that Mayor Jacob Fry has taken, he called on Governor Walz to do more, to maybe even come out to some of these scenes. What would you like to hear from the governor as a representative of constituents in Minneapolis coming up here around 1:30?
Yeah. Well, as the governor's constituent and as an elected leader myself, I think what I want to hear from the governor is whether what he is planning to do to protect the residents of the city and to hold the perpetrators of the violence in our community to account. I hope we hear something about that today.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Councilmember Chuck Time.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Nina, I want to mention before we go to our next guest that Gregory Bavino, the Border Patrol commander, is currently holding a press conference, and we probably will try to get you some of that tape quickly.
Sure.
But he had mentioned in his opening remarks, that he says that the officer was highly trained and had been through extensive training in the use of lethal force. And he talked about he seemed to push back on some of the characterizations used by Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, and mentioned again that if you obstruct our officers, you're breaking the law and you will be arrested. So they don't seem to be backing off at all.
And a lot of these, this is a position that folks have had from the start. And these are conversations that continue to happen. And we want to bring someone else into the conversation right now. Senate Majority Leader Erin Murphy's on the line. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me.
We are wondering about what's coming up here at 1:30 with Governor Tim Walz. First, what is your reaction to what unfolded this morning in South Minneapolis?
I'm deeply angry at the continued loss of Minnesota life at the hands of masked and what appear to be very unaccountable federal officers. I'm concerned about our communities, the people, and their safety. I feel unbelievable grief for Mr. Alex Pretti and his family. We are a peaceful, loving people in Minnesota, and we are being visited by an evil force. And Minnesotans don't feel safe, and we've been rocked again by tragedy on the heels of what was a very, very beautiful, very profound statement on the part of the people of Minnesota that they don't want ICE here. ICE is not making Minnesotans feel safe. And I have colleagues that are in and near the intersection of the shooting today, of that killing, and getting word from them. It's a horrible day for us in Minnesota, and I'm worried about us.
I'm wondering, Leader Murphy, if you can react to something that House Speaker Lisa Dameth has put out this morning. And she says that we can have lawful monitoring of ongoing law enforcement operations, but it's going to take leadership at all levels of government to turn down the temperature. Mentioning that she spoke with the vice president this week when he was in town, he said he expressed both publicly and privately a sincere desire to foster better cooperation between the federal and state and local officials. What do you make of that?
I am deeply in disagreement with that statement. And if the president and the vice president want to turn down the heat, they would withdraw ICE from these communities. As I hear that statement, as I saw her statement on the day that the vice president was in town, what it reads to me is, Minnesotans, you just need to follow along and comply. And that is getting Minnesotans killed. I saw an interview with former Governor Tim Pool where he is asking all leaders to rise up. We need to protect our people. And right now, if we want to turn the temperature down, ICE needs to be withdrawn. As I said before, we are a peaceful, loving people in Minnesota. And we are showing incredible restraint right now, but it's enough.
We are seeing reports that the BCA, Senate Majority Leader Murphy, is confirming that they were sort of blocked again here by DHS in this second instance of a Minnesotan being fatally killed by ICE. So we're just getting this to the newsroom, but we want to get your reaction to it. After the killing of Renee Macklin Good, of course, you know that there was sort of a break between federal officials who decided to take the case and the investigation and then sort of elbow out the state police or the BCA, which had not been the norm. They'd often worked together, is my understanding, in the past. It sounds like they're saying our agents and crime scene personnel attempted to access the location, but were blocked by DHS personnel at the scene. What do you think about that?
There's a pattern that's being established here. When we first got word of the shooting early today, I was told that the BCA was dispatched there in order to begin to secure the necessary evidence for an investigation, and they were blocked. And as you mentioned, that is what happened after the tragic killing of Renee Macklin Good. It is what happened after the shooting of the man in North Minneapolis. It's happening again. And the second thing that follows then, after trying to control the evidence, is an ability to inject a narrative that blames an individual. And this pattern is sending a signal to the people of Minnesota that the federal government is working to act with impunity, that they don't have interest in following the law. They're not interested in an investigation to find the truth. And Minnesotans, including me, want those people who are shooting Minnesotans to be held accountable. And that's why we need the BCA to do an investigation, because I don't believe Minnesotans are losing faith in a federal government that continues to exhibit the same pattern, bringing violence to our community and then covering it up.
Senator, we're inside of a month to the next legislative session. Obviously, the dynamics of the Capitol being very closely split from a political perspective make it maybe difficult to do anything. But what are one or two things that do you think lawmakers should consider if this level of immigration operation is still in place by the time you guys get back to session?
You know, I want to begin, Brian Bask, by saying that right now, the federal government is in the hands of Republicans. They have full uniform governing power, and they could be fixing our immigration system right now. They should be fixing our immigration system right now instead of this. I know I have many colleagues now who are interested in bringing forth legislation that deals with masks, that requires identification of federal agents in our communities. I think that the federal agents should have to follow the laws in the state of Minnesota, including rendering aid to somebody after they have been injured. They did not render aid. 8 minutes. Renee Macklin Good was in her vehicle, and they blocked aid to her, and she bled to death. 8 minutes. That's unacceptable here in Minnesota. Should be unacceptable anywhere in the nation. And so I do believe you will see from us measured, yes, and real policies being introduced, debated, and advanced, because we have a job to do to protect the people of Minnesota, and we're going to do our part.
And just before we let you go, you did mention a name of the individual. NPR News has not been able to confirm the individual who was shot and killed's name, but we just want to make sure that, do you know the individual or where you got that information?
I got that information from the Star Tribune.
Okay. So we just want to say NPR News has not been able to verify the name. We are awaiting this 1:30 news conference with Governor Walz, and we really appreciate your time, Senate Majority Leader Murphy.
Thank you for having me. Take good care of yourself.
You too. Thanks. And we do just want to say that the man, we referenced him a couple of times, who was wounded in the January 14th encounter with federal agents who survived. His name is Julio Cesar Sosa Solis. Now we want to turn to, we're getting information from Sheriff DeWanna Witt of Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. She is requesting assistance from the Minnesota National Guard. It says that due to the potential and continuing growing conflict related to today's federal agent-involved shooting, the sheriff has requested assistance from the Minnesota National Guard. This is to support our deputies at the Whipple Federal Building so that we can reallocate deputies to other areas in need of support in the county. Their job will be to assist the sheriff's office in protecting life, preserving property and helping to ensure the safety of all community members. And stressing here that the Minnesota National Guard's role is to work in support of local law enforcement and emergency responders, providing additional resources, that their presence is meant to help create a secure environment where all Minnesotans can exercise their rights safely, including the right to peacefully protest. So she concludes here, Sheriff DeWanowit, by saying that she knows this moment is challenging and to remember our local teams are also part of this community. We respect and protect everyone's rights to voice concerns and stand up for what they believe in, but we urge all actions to remain peaceful and lawful. Our collective priority remains protecting our neighborhoods and keeping people safe. Brian, they really want to stress here, right, what the exact role of the Minnesota National Guard is.
Absolutely. And I just want to say that the governor's office has said in the past that they will take this local type of request very seriously, and that'll weigh into their decision to whether those will be deployed. So I would be surprised if we don't see at least some level of deployment very soon.
All right, I think we are going to go now to Estelle Timar Wilcox, one of our reporters, out at the scene as we are waiting. In about 5 minutes or so, we are going to go to this news conference to hear the latest from Governor Tim Walz. But thank you so much for joining us again, Estelle.
Hi, Nina.
Estelle, where are you right now? What are you seeing?
Well, I am just inside an apartment building with a window view of the intersection of 27th and Nicollet. So looking out at Nicollet right now, law enforcement left the scene a little while ago here. There were a bunch of Minnesota State Patrol officials, Minneapolis police, and federal agents, but they cleared out a little while ago. At this point, it's hundreds of protesters, community members who came out to the scene this morning. Some folks have started barricading Nicollet at 27th Street here, and I hear there's a barricade happening a block or two north as well. And I just saw a woman come up with a bouquet of flowers to leave, where there's some crime scene tape around the curb here where the shooting happened earlier this morning. So might see a little bit of a memorial starting here and a blocked road.
Yeah, and we're again keeping an eye here on the clock, as we know that in about 5 or so minutes, we're going to be hearing from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz with the latest. Estelle, what are you seeing in terms of any kind of law enforcement presence? Anything still going on like that?
Yeah, well, it just cleared out maybe 10 or so minutes ago. But until then, there were still lots of Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis police, federal agents on the scene, saw some firefighters as well. It was a really chaotic morning down here. Lots of law enforcement sending off tear gas, smoke, those chemical irritants we've seen into the crowd. I know me and our other reporter, Faven, who's out here, got hit with tear gas just maybe 15 minutes ago. Lots of it going off, especially in the last half hour or so here as officers tried to move out, clear the scene. They had some sort of those military-style looking trucks in here, too, that they've since rolled out, but took a lot of sending off smoke and tear gas to clear the crowds enough to get those trucks out of here.
All right. Estelle Timar Wilcox, thank you so much for that update. We appreciate it. We are hearing again that in just about a few minutes, we hear that this news conference is on time, where Governor Tim Walz is going to be reacting to the fatal shooting that happened this morning in South Minneapolis. We might have to cut out of these next remarks, but we want to take some time to make sure we listen to Greg Bovino here, the commander, basically the chief of the Border Patrol, giving his comments on what has occurred. Take a listen.
During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
statement there from Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino on the incident this morning. So again, like we have seen over the past 2 months, an event is unfolding, and we have very differing perspectives on what's happening. Brian, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I should note that he took very few questions at this news conference, which is atypical from what he's been doing all week here in Minneapolis as he's been talking. So they are very reluctant to say much more than that. He did vouch for the officers' training and said that the officers trained in the use of lethal force. But we don't know much more about the officer, and we don't know much more about the other officers who were at the scene as they tried to restrain this man prior to him being fired upon.
And here's what we do know, and we are keeping an eye here on the podium as it appears some folks are walking in. We know that this morning, this is according to Minneapolis police, at around 9 o'clock in South Minneapolis in the Whittier neighborhood, that federal agents shot and killed a man who, according to Minneapolis police, is 37 years old, a white man who they believe is a U.S. citizen, a resident of Minneapolis who was a lawful gun owner and gun carrier with no criminal history. So that is how he's been described. There's also a video that's circulating that NPR News hasn't been able to verify, but that officials are weighing in on and a lot of people are beginning to weigh in on. And the way that was described by Mayor Jacob Fry was that he saw 6 masked agents pummeling one of his constituents and shooting him to death. Chief Brian O'Hara said, quote, "The video speaks for itself." So we are now awaiting the arrival of Governor Tim Walz, who is going to be giving some remarks in light of this now second shooting of a Minnesotan, the second shooting death of a Minnesotan who encountered federal agents here in the state. We know that this surge in federal agents, this increase in the number of federal agents has been going on here since early December. And Brian, Tim Walz is going to be weighing in again on it.
That's right. And I want to add one thing. The Associated Press has just reported that the officer who fired the fatal shots is an 8-year Border Patrol veteran, according to the Associated Press sources. So we have a little bit more information, and we know that a 37-year-old Minneapolis man was shot, and he was a lawful permit to carry holder, so that will explain why he was in possession of a weapon. We don't know whether he showed that weapon or if he pulled it out, because we just don't have that information. And there was a person on scene very close to the encounter. We haven't heard from this person yet. There's a lot of concern that some key details won't come out. And so we're already hearing from activists in the community who say, let's make sure that everybody who was there to witness it can tell their story publicly.
Mm-hmm. And we're expecting, again, Governor Tim Walz has different facets of what's unfolding to address, right, Brian? And there are these 2 now investigations into 2 deaths of U.S. citizens here in Minnesota who had these encounters. We're still learning and haven't confirmed the identity of the individual that was shot and killed this morning, but we are working really hard to get more information there. There's also the general wanting ICE to leave Minnesota, which is something Governor Walz has been repeatedly asking for and again asked for this week. And then there is the unfolding scene that is still happening in South Minneapolis where this federal shooting occurred this morning. Again, police asking people to leave that scene. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara saying that area there on a 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis, it's an unlawful assembly. If people are still there, they are asking folks to leave. So a lot is happening at once, Brian, but this is kind of another moment where Minnesotans really want to hear from Governor Walz.
Absolutely. And you mentioned a few minutes ago that the Hennepin County Sheriff has requested help from the National Guard at the Whipple Federal Building in South Minneapolis, and I'm expecting via folks close to the governor that he will address that momentarily. It looks like he's entering the room shortly, so we'll know soon enough if he is going to deploy some National Guard members.
Thank you all for being here. I'll have a short statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update the situation, joined here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades, that is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faith packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared, they're confused, and I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and a desire to be heard. But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so, you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered yesterday in Minneapolis prove that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota National Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government, and is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Well, I spoke twice this morning shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the President's Chief of Staff, and first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think there cannot be very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said, under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right, and stand up for the rule of law, and stand up for human decency, and that's the moment.
So then, just a follow-up, because then if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they do Stonewall, and you're trying to investigate, is that forcing
Yeah, no, it's a good
force?
question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is, you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that, and I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense, and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Governor Carolyn Cummings, WCCO, neither you or Commissioner Jacobson speak to the fact that you talk about you don't trust the federal government to handle this investigation. We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing an investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Who is handling the investigation, if not neither DHS nor state officials right now?
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement, but at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto with the New York Times, have you activated the National Guard? I know that the sheriff has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping this?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, Governor, activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriffs to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Could you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
Minnesota Star Tribune. You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen in Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And do you reject any idea that he played some role with his weapon in leading to his death?
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, your reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the vice president, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. Is there not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever? These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave, your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in America's history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one.
Quinn Gorham, Gray Media.
Channel 5. ICE commander just said in a press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. What's the response to that request?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals, I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question?
Yes, Greg Levino said that in the press conference. He was calling on state and local law enforcement. So what is your response to that?
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're listening to live special coverage here on NPR News. I'm Nina Moyni. I'm joined in the studio by politics editor Brian Bax. We've been listening to Governor Tim Walz and some other top public safety officials in the state weighing in after we learned that a man was fatally shot this morning in South Minneapolis by federal agents. Brian Baxt, what's your reaction to what we just heard?
Well, we heard the governor in very stern tone just talk about how this has to be the catalyst to change the course of this. I think he said enough is enough several times. And he talked about how Minnesota's justice system will have the last word, something he said he communicated directly to the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, said that they will investigate, although there's some question as to the level of investigation they can do, given that the FBI has also moved in and in the past has not shared information regarding ICE officer encounters with that resulted in shootings. The governor, but the big news is that there is National Guard that have been actually deployed, not just activated, but deployed. They'll be going to the Whipple Federal Building, which has been, again, an epicenter of protests. It's because it's where the Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Border Patrol agents have been staging their operations and have been taking people that they have been picking up around Minnesota, around the Twin Cities area. The governor said that he thinks that the federal government has moved quickly to, in his words, slander the person who was shot, noting that the person had a firearm but is legally permitted to carry that firearm. Mm-hmm. Again, we have not seen any video yet from the videos that we've watched that have shown the gun in these images shared by federal authorities actually being pulled out. So we don't know. We're not saying it didn't happen. We just don't know at this point. Mm-hmm. But the governor said that it's a good thing that there's witnesses and a good thing that there were many people on scene that were recording, because he said people need to believe their own eyes here.
Mm-hmm. Governor Walz said he spoke twice to the White House this morning, to the chief of staff there, saying that he asked to obviously please get the agents out of the scene and the state, which is something he's been asking for a long time, for the surge in federal agents to be withdrawn from the state of Minnesota. And also, again, like you mentioned, doubling down, saying we, meaning the state, will not be stonewalled. Calling on people, this was an interesting quote, "This will end when enough Americans say this will end and stand up for the rule of law." Not quite sure what he meant by that or what he was calling on.
Well, it's interesting because, immigration over the past decade or so has been this issue where Republicans have had the upper hand, where they've talked about the nation being overrun with people who shouldn't be in this country. Mm-hmm. Public polling is showing that the tide is changing, that people have been frustrated with the level of enforcement, the tactics used. And so the governor is saying that people are waking up to it, and he almost wants them to look at what has been transpiring in Minnesota for almost 2 months now, and particularly in the last few weeks, which has been where we've seen a lot of clashes, 2 deaths by shootings. One person was injured by shooting involving an ICE officer. I want to bring up 2 things that our Kathy Wurzer passed along. And, we really haven't heard much from Republicans about kind of pushing back against the immigration actions here. And she passed along something from Republican State Senator Zach Duckworth, who is a military member in his own. He said, "We're long overdue for a tactical pause. Leaders at all levels need to assess the current situation for what it is, not what they want it to be. Take the temperature and rhetoric down, allow for a reset, de-escalate, adjust tactics, and realign with the core mission." And then there's also Republican State Senator Jim Abler, who said, "All I would say is that it's time for the president, the governor, to sit in a room and come to terms. It's past time." So these are some of the first comments we've heard from Republicans in Minnesota who have been not happy with what they've been seeing.
Mm-hmm. And he has, Governor Tim Walz has asked for, invited President Trump to come here. Vice President J.D. Vance was in town today. How many ways can you ask people to leave? I just wonder what else, remains for the governor at this point.
Well, glad you mentioned that. The Attorney General Pam Bondi has commented this morning, and Fox News is reporting that she sent a letter to the governor saying to, quote, support the men and women of ICE and to repeal the state's sanctuary policies and to allow the DOJ access to state voter rolls, which is something that has been percolating on the side, but is also now being drawn into this as well.
I also wondered, again, about, the pleading. And then he used the word that he was pleading for peace. And he really has been for a long time telling people that he understands that people are angry and that anger is only continuing to grow, and then the tensions are continuing to grow. But really asking people, again, to be peaceful, to be calm in their responses. And we actually do have an identification now to give. So we are learning, this is from the Associated Press, that the Minneapolis protester who was fatally shot by a federal officer was an ICU nurse by the name of Alex Pretti, Pretti. I apologize, I don't know exactly how to say that yet. And that is according to the parents of Alex Pretti, who we are learning was an ICU nurse. And again, that information coming to us from the Associated Press. It also matches, as you know, Brian, with the name that a couple of the public officials that we spoke with were using. I understand we have Peter Cox, who was in the room, and we'll go to him now. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Nina.
Peter, what was your reaction to what you heard?
Well, clearly the governor was very upset with, this is the third shooting we've seen by an ICE agent in January, and he was very upset, very angry, calling on Minnesotans to keep documenting for future prosecutions of ICE agents. And he also demanded that Minnesota investigate this shooting. He says he doesn't believe that federal officials will be able to do that, and just kind of sent a message that Minnesotans have been peacefully protesting, and that the ICE agents on the ground have really done horrific acts here.
Peter, the governor was asked, you've been making this request for ICE to leave, for things to change now repeatedly, and he was asked, what makes you think it'll be different this time? What was his response to that?
He's hoping human decency will win out, but, he's not quite sure that things will change here. He said he did call and talk to the White House today, but, as we heard, Pam Bondi is asking again that the state fully cooperate with ICE. And, again, we're seeing DHS officials say Minnesota needs to work with ICE. And, Minnesota officials just got up and said, they will work with them to get violent offenders off the street. But they say that's not what's happening.
And Peter, you've been reporting on the fact that there has been state cooperation with ICE. What has that entailed?
Well, so, the Minnesota Department of Corrections says it honors every ICE detainer that is on a prisoner in their system. So that means when someone comes into the DOC and is in prison, that DOC contacts ICE about this person's immigration status, and ICE has the option to put a detainer on them. They put detainers and released to ICE more than 80 people last year, and said many of the people on some of these worst of the worst lists have come straight from the state prisons. Earlier, I think it was earlier this week, yes, they showed video of them handing over people to ICE officers. And we're also seeing the same, that, they're saying they're catching these violent offenders, but many have come out of federal prisons here too, like Sandstone down in southern Minnesota.
And Peter, one more thing about the National Guard, since it's the first time that we've heard that they'll actually be put into service here around this entire ordeal. The Guard Adjutant General wasn't giving a lot of information about the level of Guard involvement, but what did he say?
So I'm having to look through my notes right now. So, but he did say they're helping out Hennepin County Sheriff with some not law enforcement duties, but adding assistance. But I'm not quite. Sorry, I'm looking through my notes.
My notes say that he said that there will be an adequate number, and that they're be mostly concentrated at first around the Whipple building, but then they're bringing in more soldiers or getting them ready. So we might see just a taste today, but more if things really real out of control, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Peter, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Now, I understand we have a statement coming in to us from Lisa Damath. Brian, do you want to give us the latest on that?
Yeah, we mentioned that one earlier about how she's saying that she thinks that there are still too many political leaders that are urging direct confrontation and attempt to disruption of law enforcement operations and throwing dangerous objects. She mentioned how she met with J.D. Vance, the vice president, when he was in town earlier in the week, and he said he expressed, quote, both publicly and privately, a sincere desire to foster better cooperation between the federal government and state and local officials. And I want to mention that the mayor has talked about, yes, we want to cooperate, but we don't know what you're up to. We don't know where you're going to show up. Even today, when the police chief talked about how they found out and what they did after the shooting, he said that they weren't there in advance, so they didn't know something was up, but they responded when they heard that something had gone terribly wrong.
Right. So we just want to keep everyone up to date on the different statements and people weighing in that are coming into the newsroom. Now on the line, we're lucky to have Michelle Phelps, who's a sociologist at the University of Minnesota and the author of The Minneapolis Reckoning, Race, Violence, and the Politics of Policing in America. Thanks for joining us, Michelle.
Thank you for having me.
This idea of how should people observe and protest seems to be really at the center of the disagreement that is happening. We just heard that statement Brian read from Lisa Damuth and some Republicans coming forward saying, and Democrats, that people obviously constitutionally are allowed to observe what's going on, to record what's going on, but it becomes an issue when people try to physically impede or get in the way of what's going on. So I know there are a lot of different situations, so I don't want to oversimplify it, but that seems to be at the heart of it. As you think from your standpoint, what's your reaction to that idea of what is the right way to protest in this moment or to observe and document?
So I think there's a couple of things going on. One is that I think we're the public conversation is using the language of protest because I think that is sort of the historic norm and resonant with 2020. And so people are leaning on this language of protest. But I don't think the mass observation of DHS operations in Minneapolis and around the Twin Cities is best understood as protest, right? When we think about protest, we think about the march, for instance, that occurred yesterday. But what is really happening across the city and happened this morning leading to this fatal encounter is something different, right? And whether you want to call it observation or public watching and accountability, the dynamics look really different. And yes, people are legally entitled to observe what ICE, what Border Patrol are doing on our streets. They are entitled to track the location and the operations of those federal agents. And, you know, I think this attempt to spin what happened this morning as anything other than just from the looks of the video so far, a really egregious example of these federal law enforcement causing and initiating violence on the streets is really dangerous.
What do you think about the ways in which people are talking about the National Guard in particular? People were trying to sort of understand the role, and, you know, they really wanted to make it clear, it sounded like in that news conference, that the National Guard is there to protect everybody, to be able to have everyone, engage in what they need to engage in peacefully. What do you think about that, particularly after, the unrest in 2020 and some of the language around just how to keep the peace but not escalate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the National Guard piece is really tricky to think through, in 2020, but also if we look back to the 1960s, even in Minneapolis, historically there have been these moments of mass demonstration and protest where we have seen when there were conflicts between residents and law enforcement that the National Guard has sometimes been called in as a different form of public order. And some people will see that as an escalation because of the weaponry that the National Guard carry, because of its affiliation with the military. People see that as an escalation. You can also sometimes see it, however, as trying to put a buffer between a police department and its citizens, as we saw in 2020. And of course, the National Guard in 2020 was also, at times seen to overstep sort of boundaries around protections for residents. So, it cuts both ways. It's more people armed and in uniforms on the streets, and that will make some people feel more secure and some people feel more under siege. I think that is it is especially complicated in 2026 as we're thinking about it in this moment, in part because the conflict between residents is not with local law enforcement, but with federal law enforcement. And also because of President Trump's threats to send in active duty military into the city, and questions around federalizing the National Guard make that deployment in this context particularly fraught.
And I should mention that the president has now weighed in on his Truth Social account. He starts off by talking about the gun that was found on the scene and suggests that the mayor and local police and the governor called off protection for ICE agents, which has not been anything we've heard about or seen. I'm not going to read it all because he goes into the things about fraud and Ilhan Omar, but he says the mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Instead, these sanctimonious fools should be looking for the billions of dollars that have been stolen from the people of Minnesota and the United States of America. Let our ICE patriots do their job. So the president using the word insurrection, which he capitalized, is important because obviously he has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act and bring in active duty military to Minnesota. Hasn't happened yet, but that threat is out there, and that's a concern to a lot of people.
And Michelle, Governor Walz said, this was an interesting quote to me, "This will end when enough Americans say this will end." What do you make from that from a sociological standpoint?
Yeah, I agree with the governor in the sense that, these actions are taking place. The reason that DHS is in Minneapolis was not because of some pre-existing crisis. And what they are doing on our streets seems to have no clear connection to public safety as we've understood it. A lot of this on the ground feels very much like political retribution and an attempt to try and provoke a riot to activate that Insurrection Act. So, the way I read the governor's statements is to say that President Trump is doing this as a political maneuver, and every political maneuver is therefore vulnerable to shifts in public opinion and shifts in our governing structures, right? And so there are ways right now where our elected officials could push back on what the Department of Homeland Security is doing. There are ways that the courts and states and our elected officials could be pushing back against the President Trump and his administration in this moment. And if enough people are calling for that, I think we will see some changes.
And I want to remind folks that you wrote a book about Minneapolis, right? The Minneapolis Reckoning, Race, Violence, and the Politics of Policing in America. What are some of the parallels that you're noticing between this moment in time and that moment?
For me, I think the parallels early on were very much, this embodied sense of trauma and fear, right? Helicopters circling overhead, concerns about, would violence escalate overnight? Would somebody else be hurt on the streets? As the days have gone on, though, this has felt really distinct. What we saw in 2020 was really a response to a particular incident, right? The murder of George Floyd. And yes, that stood in for a much broader set of conversations about policing and police violence, particularly police violence against Black communities. But it was still a point in time that people were responding to and calling for change. This feels much more like a now multiple weeks occupation of the city, where again, it's not so much that folks are protesting, although we're seeing mass mobilizations as well, but it is this sort of direct observing of what the National Guard is doing, and that looks really distinct from the kinds of things people were doing in 2020 and the kinds of changes they were calling for. And what's also tricky is that in 2020, there were local and, of course, national and global protests, but at least locally, the pressure was on the mayor, the pressure was on the Minneapolis City Council to change the Minneapolis Police Department. Right now, you have a really different political struggle and a different alignment, right? We have the mayor and the governor pushing back against federal law enforcement, asking the federal law enforcement to retreat and to leave the city. And so that call to leave a city looks really different than anything we saw in 2020.
All right. Thank you very much, Michelle. We really appreciate your time.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
We now have on the line somebody who has let us know that they know the person who lost their life this morning. On the line, we have Dmitry Drakonia, who is an infectious disease doctor and clinical researcher with the University of Minnesota, and who was a colleague with Alex Pretti at the VA. So, Dmitry, thank you very much for agreeing to speak with us, and I'm sorry for your loss.
No, thank you for talking about him. I'm stunned. Those of us who knew him are stunned. Alex was the kindest, nicest person, and I loved working with him. And it is everyone that knew him. My phone is blowing up from people texting because we all can't believe this happened.
Can you tell us a little bit about Alex as a person?
Absolutely. Actually, we spoke quite a bit in non-professional reasons. We both shared a love of outdoors, especially mountain biking. We would run into each other. We would occasionally go out for drinks after work with other colleagues. And he was someone who loved the outdoors. He knew that I liked riding. He knew that my kids were avid mountain bikers. We talked about shared trails. And he was a guy that was always friendly, always joking. You could never leave a conversation with him feeling down. Honestly, he was the kind of guy that picked everyone up when you were around him.
And also, can you tell us a little bit about Alex's work as an ICU nurse?
I can only just speak in generalities. I'm not going to speak too much about my work since the VA has media restrictions here. Mm-hmm. But speaking as a friend of Alex's, I can tell you that he was a incredibly competent person. He was incredibly good at his job. I can say that when you are a new nurse, to go into the ICU means you are confident in your skills and you want to help people. And that's whether you work in a children's hospital or a VA hospital. You are dealing with the sickest people, and you feel comfortable helping people like that through really scary situations, and that was totally him.
Dmitry, I presume you've seen the video, or you probably have been apprised of it, and the federal agents said that he was violent toward them. Would that have been out of character? Can you talk about just his nature?
He was a sweet guy. I never saw him yell or do anything. I have not seen all the videos. I have seen some. I saw him trying to pull someone else away from federal agents. I'm stunned by this is not in character with the person I know.
And we wouldn't ever ask you, obviously, Dmitry, to talk about, why Alex was there or what Alex was doing. And I do wonder, though, this just happened a handful of hours ago, and there's already so much out there online regarding your friend. What has that been like? And is that part of the reason that you've decided that you want to speak about who Alex was?
I want to speak because he was a good person who was his whole life was about helping people. And there is no reason for a guy like that to be dead, let alone to be killed by the agents of a government that employed him.
Dmitry, can you talk about his family situation? What kind of survivors does he leave behind?
I don't know, to be honest, and my heart goes out to them. I honestly don't know that.
Dmitry, if you're comfortable speaking to what this time has been like as a healthcare provider, how has that been for you as someone who likes to help other people and feeling like, are there ways that you've wanted to get involved over the past 8 weeks or so?
I think as citizens, we all have a right and a responsibility to speak up. I did not know that Alex was out observing, or I don't know if he was observing or protesting.
And that hasn't been confirmed either, why he was there.
I have no idea. But, this is America, and here, this was a weekend. It was a bitterly cold weekend, and he was out in the streets. From what I could tell, he was helping people, which fits with what I know of him. I think all of us have to decide what do we want to do.
Anything else before we let you go, Dimitri? And we really appreciate your time. Anything else that you would just want folks to know about Alex?
Alex was the epitome of a kind, helping person. You could not find a nicer person you would, no matter how hard you looked. He was a really kind guy. He strove to help in all aspects of what he did, and I'm just so floored that he is taken from us.
All right, Dimitri, thank you very much for talking with us this afternoon. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks for talking about it.
Thank you.
That was Dimitri Draconia, who is an infectious disease doctor and who was a colleague of Alex Pretti, who we've learned was the 37-year-old Minneapolis resident who was fatally shot this morning in South Minneapolis by federal agents. Brian?
Yeah, I want to mention, a lot of people have been talking about why can't our federal and state leaders just get together and talk this through. The Attorney General of our state, Keith Ellison, issued a statement that he actually did meet with Vice President Vance when he was in town. He said he told the Vice President directly about the harm the ICE surge is causing Minnesotans and immigrant communities and all communities, and told them it needs to end for everyone's safety, and asked when the Trump administration will end it. He said the Vice President replied with the points that he later articulated at his press conference.
All right, thanks for that. Let's bring in Minneapolis Councilmember Robin Wansley now. Councilmember Wansley, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me on.
I want to get to your reaction to the news conference that was just attended by Governor Walz and some other top public safety officials. But first, I want to ask how you are feeling today, knowing that now a second person has been fatally shot by federal law enforcement in Minneapolis in the past month or so.
I'm shaken up like thousands of our neighbors are, and just at a loss of words. And while I want to lean into the inspiration that I see from my neighbors who have spent the past several weeks clearly being the only line of defense against this deadly agency, which is ICE, that is coming in and abducting and brutalizing and shooting and killing our neighbors. I'm also sad that they are our last line of defense. And it's because of that we're having to talk about Alex Pretti in past tense this morning. And this is not a responsibility that should be laid at the foot of ordinary people like nurses or educators, people who are the ones who are helping keep us safe, because it does feel to be in many ways that our local governments have all but abandoned our communities right now. So lots of heavy feelings and emotions, and moved by our neighbors continue just love and care for one another, but also waiting to see when that courage is going to be matched by our elected leaders who do have the authority to show up and have had the authority to show up to prevent things like this from happening.
Councilmember Wansley, I'm wondering if you could just talk about what people might be feeling about this power imbalance out there, that you have folks who are seemingly heavily armed and free with their use of kind of chemical agents and stuff. And when they show up, they're being asked to be respectful and to not be in their way. Like, what's that like in your neighborhoods?
What I do know is there is power that our governor holds, that our current mayor holds, that could essentially relieve residents of the responsibilities that they've been taking on to protect and care for one another. For instance, Governor Walz has, shared and stated that he will be deploying the National Guard, and there's an ongoing question of, well, who is the National Guard here to protect? Are they finally going to relieve the hundreds of residents who's been doing delivery runs to our neighbors because they simply can't come outside without risk being abducted or killed? Are they relieving the educators who've been organizing school escorts so students can get to school safely? And actually what Renee Good was doing herself when she was shot and killed by an ICE agent sometime about 3 weeks ago. Are they going to escort people to bus stops to make sure that they're not being abducted by ICE agents as they're just trying to simply, get to their places of work or their next destination? Governor Walz has the ability to also declare a state of emergency and enact an eviction moratorium so people can shelter in place and actually minimize contact with these agents who clearly have a license to kill and are more than happy to utilize that. And it doesn't matter if you're a 2-year-old or a 5-year-old or a VA nurse, they are more than happy to brutalize you. And this is all actions that are within the wheelhouse of our current elected leaders, such as Governor Walz, who could help alleviate the strain that our residents are having to pick up with caring and protecting ourselves from a warring institution, domestic terrorists. That is our federal ICE agents.
What do you think, Councilmember Wansley, about the messaging really for the last couple of months from Governor Walz and from Police Chief Brian O'Hara and from Mayor Fry, really imploring people to stay peaceful, asking people not to create unrest similar to what we saw in 2020 after the murder of George Floyd, saying things like "don't take the bait." What's your reaction to that?
My reaction is, I think the shared reaction from thousands of neighbors is saying, well, what are you doing then? How is our local police, how is our mayor, how is our governor using their fullest extent of their authority to also make it clear to the ICE agents who are occupying our neighborhoods and our communities that they are not welcome here and that they don't get to brutalize and kill and abduct our residents without consequence? And so far, they've just met those moments with those statements. Don't escalate. Even though the only escalatory threats in our communities have been ICE agents. They are responsible for the second murder in our city this year thus far. So it's really, for me, again, then name what are you doing? Are you putting barricades in our communities, as you did in 2023 when a council member requested them for public safety purposes? Are you using traffic calming measures? That includes barricades to slow access from these deadly ICE agents to our most vulnerable communities? Are you enforcing traffic tickets? If you're seeing ICE agents speed through our communities, are you telling them? National Guard, same. Are you telling these ICE agents, making them having to verify whether or not they are actually federal ICE agents? Can they do some of the observing that Alex Pretti was doing this morning that ultimately landed with him being shot and killed? Those are things that they could be doing that ordinary people have been doing for several weeks now. Ordinary people have been the ones keeping our communities together, preventing residents from being disappeared at best as they can, and they're doing that with whistles and pots and pans, and that energy is not being matched by our current elected officials.
What about the investigation now after this fatal shooting this morning? Obviously, you know that after the fatal shooting of Renee Macklin Good, the BCA, the state police, investigators felt that they were edged out. It sounds like they are saying that's happening again, that they won't really be able to access what they need to investigate this on the local level. Governor Tim Walz was very stern in saying that this needs to be, saying we will investigate this. What do you think about how that is beginning to unfold?
I think people, as you highlighted, they heard that in response to Renee Good's murder, where the demand was clear: arrest and prosecute Jonathan Ross. We already know the officer. There is tons of evidence out there in which, the attorney general or the county attorney, and it's my understanding that they are asking for that information that could allow them to move forward an investigation and also charges. The same is applicable today. There is clear footage shown of Alex Pretti being executed point blank this morning. I think people would have much more faith in our institutions if they weren't government institutions and our government leaders, if they weren't hearing the same old statements be recycled. We're going to do an investigation. Okay, that's great. You can still proceed with charges. You have footage. Many of our elected leaders have already said this is a point blank murder. Go arrest the officers. Make it clear that they do not get to kill our residents with impunity. But until then, people are tired of hearing the same old statements of, well, ICE, get out of Minnesota. We're going to do an investigation. Don't escalate. No, people want to see action by their elected leaders that demonstrates that they are here to protect their residents.
Because we do have some time, I don't want to take away from somebody losing their life today, but you did mention the eviction moratorium and sort of some of the ripple effects that you have been seeing among your constituents of the past 8 weeks or so, with some people feeling like they can't travel or go to work. Tell me about some of those ripple effects within the community.
We are simply living under occupation, and how I know that to be true is because of this dynamic and reality that we're living in, that people such as Alex Pretti can't simply observe at 9 a.m, normal activity in their communities. People aren't able to go to school without risk being abducted or killed. People aren't able to go to work or even patronize one of their favorite businesses without risk being harmed by these agents that's occupying our communities. They have essentially interrupted our ability to freely move around our communities. And one of the most impactful effects of that is people are not able to get to work or go to work safely. But rent is still due on February 1st, and we should be anticipating that landlords are going to send out eviction notices in the coming days, and then we're going to be put in a situation where thousands of residents could be displaced from their homes and put on the street, and thus put in more close contact with ICE agents who have no problem with abducting or shooting and killing civilians. That is the reality that we are facing right now. We know Hennepin County already has a backlog of $15 million worth of rental assistance applications. There is likely more millions needed to support people who know they don't have the means to cover rent in February. We know educators at school sites have been pulling together GoFundMes and other fundraising actions to help cover their neighbors' rent so they're not being kicked to the streets also in the coming weeks. But once again, this is all falling on the shoulders of ordinary people, working class people. Where are our government leaders? Where Governor Walz has the ability today. He had it 2 weeks ago. But even today, he still has the opportunity to enact a state of emergency and declare an eviction moratorium that allows people to shelter in place. That way we can minimize contact with ICE agents as they're here in our communities. And also not lead to a crisis where people are going to be kicked out on the streets in the coming weeks. That is the bare minimum that can happen right now.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Wansley, for joining us. Appreciate your time and your perspective.
Thank you.
That was Minneapolis Councilmember Robin Wansley. Brian, I understand you're getting some more statements into the newsroom.
Yeah, we've been getting statements from all around the country, actually, of people weighing in on this. We talked earlier about the president weighing in and using the word insurrection in his message. We don't know what that means, but we'll be obviously attentive to anything, given that the Insurrection Act is still on the table, which would be active duty troops coming in to Minnesota. We know that the National Guard has been sent to the Whipple Federal Building in South Minneapolis to help with crowd control, so Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies can do other types of policing around Minneapolis, because there has been a request by the Minneapolis Police Chief for mutual aid. I think it's a good time to recap for those who might just be joining us about what happened around in the 9 o'clock hour this morning that has really just shattered again the community in Minneapolis and elsewhere.
Yeah, we've learned 37-year-old Alex Pretti, who was a ICU nurse, is the individual who was shot and killed this morning around 9 o'clock in an encounter with federal agents. And as you were talking about, there are a lot of different statements coming in, Brian. We're working to get statements from different lawmakers on both sides of the aisles here and to get them on the line here to talk with us. But we do want to re-air for everybody just kind of the basis of a lot of the messaging that we've been hearing from Governor Tim Walz asking the Trump administration to end this ICE operation, and again, highlighting the peaceful demonstrations yesterday.
Donald Trump, I call on you once again. Remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faiths packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace. We'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace.
You were hearing there from Governor Tim Walz, again, asking Minnesotans to remain peaceful in any protesting of the surge in federal immigration agents in the area. We know that at 3 o'clock, so in just about 20 minutes or so, we expect to hear from the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans. Again, the BCA is like the state police. They want a seat at the table, Brian, right, to be able to investigate what happened this morning.
Right. And Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson says that BCA agents were dispatched to the scene to start to collect evidence, but they were turned back. And we know that was also the case in the Renee Macklin Good shooting, is that they thought they would partner with the federal government in investigating that shooting, but were then told they would not be part of it. And you have local officials, from Governor Tim Walz to Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, asking the public to come forward with information that they might use to build a potential case, if there is one. There would be complications, though. I mean, if they were to try to charge a federal agent in the course of his federal duty, there could be some questions over whether the supremacy clause applies, and that would be presumably something the federal government would try to kick to federal court instead of having it done in state court. So even if they do investigate and decide to bring charges, which is, we're not there yet, there could be a lot of complications. I mean, they're just not on the same page with the federal government right now when it comes to who's in charge here and who needs to do what.
And in the case of Renee Macklin Good's killing, Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty came out a while later with a link, people saying to people, because people are wondering, what should I do with all of this video? Or if people are out chronicling things, what should they do? Does it even matter? People are thinking. And a lot of officials right now, like the county attorney, are saying it does matter and giving links for people to submit that type of information, whether it be videos or anything else. But again, Brian, to your point, like in the case of Renee Macklin Good, the BCA won't have access to the vehicle.
The
that she was
forensic
in,
evidence, that's always so important.
Yeah, so while they want to have the public's role in this, help them to gain further evidence, they're not able to access what they need in this instance of Renee Macklin Good, as they've said repeatedly. And that might be some of what we hear BCA Superintendent Drew Evans speaking to is why local officials and state officials feel it's so critical that they be able to investigate. Of course, Governor Walz has said he does not trust the federal government to investigate at this point. And who knows if they'll be making any kinds of direct pleas to anybody, or perhaps, again, this type of situation of kind of getting the crowds and the public to submit any information that they've been able to collect. But that's not something that you or I have probably ever seen happen this fast after an incident like this, that the Hennepin County attorney would come out and say, hey, everybody, send me what you have. I've never heard that happen directly after, because they typically rely on partnership and working together with federal officials.
Right. And maybe as we're talking here, our folks in the control room could pull some of this tape from the ICE officials and the Border Patrol, Greg Bavino, who did speak this morning and put their light on things and said that this was an encounter that the Alex Pretti, who's been now identified as the 37-year-old man who was shot and killed in Minneapolis, they said he was acting violently. I mean, the videos we've seen, and we haven't seen like the full from before. We saw up to the point and after. And it was several agents trying to restrain this individual. And then they pull back, and then the shots are fired. And he was pronounced dead on the scene. So there are these different narratives. And the governor, he warned against, somebody asked him whether he rejects the characterization that has been put out there by Greg Bavino and others. And he says, he's rejecting the rush to judgment. He's saying that's why there needs to be an investigation that people have faith in. And he says right now, people won't have faith in what the federal government is doing.
Let's go to the Greg Bavino. We have that audio. Let's go to it.
The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
You were hearing there from Gregory Bavino, the commander of the Border Patrol, sort of like the chief of the Border Patrol. He has been in town, Brian, for some time. I'm not unclear if he still is today, but...
Well, that was in Minneapolis
That was in Minneapolis today, giving his response. Both sides of, again, very sure in their narratives.
And this, as Matt Sepik so aptly put it this morning, that this is also an information war, that there have been quick rushes to say this is what happened, don't challenge this, and they just don't match up.
And we always hear officials say, wait for the investigation, Right.
Not happening here.
Exactly. They always, anytime something unfortunate happens, or especially when law enforcement, whether it's federal, state, or local, is involved, this is what people say. Don't rush to judgment. Let's wait for the investigation. In this case, again, and we're waiting for this 3:00 news conference with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Department of Public Safety. We might hear from Drew Evans, the BCA superintendent, so like the state police superintendent. And they will probably say this is the way to settle things for the public, is for people to be able to have these investigations at different levels of law enforcement and government as they have before.
And you and I both know Drew Evans from many years of reporting. He's a play-it-straight guy. I would not imagine he's going to come out in the same fashion the governor did. And maybe that's why he's coming out separately, because he's a by the book. Here's what we know. Here's what we need to know. Here's what we would need to know in order to push things further along. So I think that we'll hear a lot different from him than we heard maybe from the governor and other folks this morning.
Could they want Brian to stay separate as well? Because we know that in the case of Renee Macklin Good, some of the comments that, politicians at different levels of government, I think they had called out Mayor Jacob Fry in particular, some of their commentary and their perspectives on it were some of the reasons that the DOJ at least said, or the FBI said, that they didn't really feel comfortable working more in conjunction as they had before.
Well, and you heard Vice President Vance, this was not in this week's comments, but a couple weeks ago, was that the federal government is in charge. They don't need to answer to state investigators, state prosecutors. And he said again this week that they didn't want this to become a political show trial if there was to be a trial. But a lot of these opinions are hardening already. I mean, we're not even 6 hours from this incident happening, and opinions are really hardening. The DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, put out photos of the gun very quickly after the shooting because they wanted the narrative to be that this was a violent encounter. And then we've seen the video, and there's more video. I'm sure that will come. There were many people on the street, as we've seen that were recording. Right. So I'm guessing we will see a lot more angles, and we will have a sense as to whether this gun that was recovered at the scene, according to DHS, was actually brandished.
And we don't know much either yet, Brian, about what the scene was like out there this morning. Because, again, after the fatal shooting of Renee Macklin Good, we know that there were a lot of concerns on behalf of BCA agents and Minneapolis police as well of securing that scene since it's in their jurisdiction. It sounds like today there were similar concerns.
Sure, and they pushed back the line of, around that area rather quickly using gas to disperse crowds. So, I mean, there was definitely an effort to get people out of the way. And we heard from our Ben Hovland that he saw like the bullet placards up where the shell casings were located. So investigation is happening. We just don't know whether we'll see the fruits of that anytime soon.
So again, we're waiting for a 3:00 news conference with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the state police, who are saying we need to investigate what occurred this morning independently and separately, but in cooperation with any investigation going on at the federal level. The scene out there this morning there in South Minneapolis is an area that Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara asked people to leave and disperse from earlier today. We're going to go now to our Ellie Roth, who's out on the streets there, to let us know, Ellie, what are you seeing?
Hi, Nina. Hi, Brian. I am on Garfield Avenue, which is reportedly where Alex Pretti, the man who was killed today, lived. My colleague Kari Spencer and I have been walking up and down the street, talking to neighbors, trying to find people who knew him.
Ellie, what are you seeing in terms of any sort of law enforcement presence or any indications that they were out, marking or gathering any kinds of evidence that you see?
Absolutely nothing. I have been here since, probably about 1:30 p.m., just walking up and down the street. I have not seen a single law enforcement officer here on this street. We tried to knock on the door. Alex Pretti lived in a fourplex here on Garfield Avenue. It seems to be a mix of fourplexes rentals and homeowners here on this street. We saw some people in the windows, but no one wanted to come down and chat with us in that fourplex. But we actually, my colleague and I were able to talk to a neighbor next door who knew Alex, and I understand you might have a clip of that neighbor, Nina, Jeannie Weiner.
Yeah, let's play that.
I'm shocked. I'm mad. I'm angry. This was a good person. This is not a violent person. This is not someone that would. I'm kind of even amazed that he was carrying a gun. I didn't seem, but he had a understanding permit to carry a gun.
What was he like just in your daily interactions?
Very pleasant, very cordial. We laughed a lot. Like I said, I never knew his last name, but we talked over the fence when he took his dog out. We talked about that. He was a quiet. He was a calm person. He's a nurse. He wasn't. I'm surprised that he wasn't even there. I didn't even expect him to be at these protests.
Ellie, I'm wondering if you could, for us and our audience, kind of situate where he lived versus where all of this transpired. I mean, was it close? I mean, would it have been natural for him to be out in that area?
Yeah, it was pretty close. That area is not too far away from here. But as you heard in the neighbor's clip, I mean, they were surprised that he was out there. They see him as someone who, was what they knew was a pretty gentle person. We had another neighbor walk us to this house where Jeannie Weiner lived, and when we approached her, that's when she found out, and she broke down in tears. And we were in her living room, and she was in disbelief. She really wanted to stress, I didn't know him very well. I didn't even know his last name. So when his name first came out, I didn't know. It's one of those relationships where it's very neighbor to neighbor. We talk over the fence, and it was a shock to her that this was her neighbor who had been shot and killed today.
Ellie, do you have any sense for any sort of plans for maybe a vigil or any types of gatherings that people might be beginning to put together?
Yeah, it appears that there might be a few vigils happening around the city tonight. You'll have to check me on that, since I've been walking up and down trying to talk to neighbors and haven't been on my phone too much, but it seems like there might be some vigils happening around Minneapolis at 7 p.m. I also know that there are some protesters who are going to U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar's office around 5 p.m. today.
Okay. Thank you very much for your reporting, Ellie.
Thank you.
Let's go now to another reporter, Faven Garezgihar, who is closer to that scene, still in that area. Everything is pretty close. Thanks for joining us again, Faven.
Yep, thanks for having me.
As the hours are kind of ticking by, how is the area you're in changing?
Things have settled now. Law enforcement have completely left the area. They've been gone for about an hour now, and their barricades have been replaced by community ones. They have blocked off 26 Nicollet Avenue from 26 to 27 in protest. There are folks at 26 and Nicollet who are on a stand and they're chanting. And then at the site of the shooting, they have put together a memorial. There is a wooden cross and candles and flowers for Alex.
And have you talked with anyone in that area, Faven, who knew or, had a relationship with Alex Pretti?
No, I did talk to another kind of ICE watch volunteer who was nearby at the time. She did not know him personally, but said that he was helping guide traffic and directing volunteers, and that's when things kind of escalated.
What else are you seeing in that area? A lot of people, Faven, were telling us this morning about a lot of chemical irritants that they were experiencing, and just kind of some of the aftermath sometimes of some of these chaotic scenes. Any types of remnants of anything that you see?
Not too much now. That was pretty intense earlier. There was just large plumes of white smoke for a while as they would set off these large explosions of tear gas. And then as agents were leaving the area, they also threw a bunch of canisters and there was a car that was broken into. It still has its windows smashed. Minneapolis Fire Department was responding and kind of clearing that out, but you could still see like smoke coming out. It's everything that was in it is out on the street. But things now are, it seems pretty clear. You can't smell chemical irritants around anymore, but people are still definitely feeling the effects. There were a lot of people throwing up earlier, coughing, people who've told me that they were tear gassed multiple times in the same morning. So I think kind of the effects of that will take some time to see play out.
Mm-hmm. All right, Faven, thank you very much for your reporting. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
That was our Faven Gerezgiher. Now we're going to go to Representative Emma Greenman, who represents District 63B. Thank you for joining us, Representative Greenman.
Thank you for having me.
Representative, it's Brian Baxt. I just maybe before we talk about this specific incident, if you could just pull back a little bit talk about all that Minneapolis and this area has seemingly gone through in the past 6 months with Annunciation and Renee Macklin Good, now this. I mean, can you just give us a sense as to how scarred folks are right now or feel?
I mean, it has been a terrible, terrible year, right? And it's been very hard for Minneapolis and the whole state. The violence and unsafety, as you mentioned, the gun violence that we saw both on June 14th and on with the assassination of Melissa and Mark, and then with Annunciation. This is a different level of fear because it is the federal governments and federal agents that have occupied our state and our city and are bringing it to, are creating this kind of danger and unsafety that is terrorizing our communities.
Are you thinking about what is going to be unfolding in the coming days, Representative Greenman? We heard a lot from Governor Walz and other elected officials about asking people to remain peaceful, we've heard quotes like, don't take the bait. What are you seeing and experiencing from your constituents?
So ICE killed Renee Good on January 7th and then went to Roosevelt High School and escalated. Customs and Border Patrol has been escalating. And yesterday you saw tens of thousands of peaceful Minnesotans out together in sub-zero temperature, singing and praying and chanting and just asking for our communities to be left alone, for ICE, for the federal agents to leave. And this feels like coming the day after, like an escalation. It feels like retaliation. And what I know about our communities and the way that they are working together, it is people are weaving together networks to keep each other safe. The thing that I'm worried about is the federal agents. My colleagues and I were there a couple of hours ago, and what we saw was after they killed another one of our constituents is tear gas and non-lethal munitions and bringing in giant armored vehicles, laughing at people who are chanting and peacefully protesting in anger. And so what I am concerned about is the federal agents who continue to try to escalate and create havoc in our communities. That's what I'm concerned about. I am very, very proud of Minnesotans and how they have responded, of our communities in Minneapolis and across the state, in protecting their neighbors and peacefully resisting what has become an authoritarian regime and the tactics that are being imposed on us.
Representative Greenman, what are you hoping to hear? We are awaiting this 3:00 news conference where we're told the BCA is going to be talking about an investigation and trying to do an investigation into Alex Pretti's killing this morning in South Minneapolis. What are you hoping to hear, considering it sounds like the federal government has edged out the state again?
I mean, this is the second time that unprecedentedly the federal government has kicked out the local and state law enforcement and investigators that have always partnered in the past in response investigating their own killings of Minnesotans. And it happened, me and my colleagues were there on January 7th, and we saw the BCA trying to do their job Again, today, we know that MPD and BCA went and are trying to do their jobs to provide fairness and transparency. What people of Minnesota need is to know that there will be an investigation. But when you see federal agents and when you see the federal the top of these agencies within minutes deliver a story filled with lies and misinformation, and even in the most generous case, never will you see top law enforcement talking about evidence, talking about things that they don't know about. And so the BCA, the investigators at MPD, we need that kind of transparency, because what the people are seeing in these videos, believe your eyes. Believe what you are seeing, and we need to ensure in Minnesota the rules apply, the law applies, and people's constitutional rights to observe and protect their neighbors, we have to hold the line on that.
And Representative Greenman, Brian Baxt again, I know you don't always see eye to eye with the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, but they've released a statement saying that they're deeply concerned by this morning's reports about a federal law enforcement operation resulting in the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti. And they note that he's a permitted gun holder, properly permitted gun holder, and they are just worried about how folks who are legally permitted to handle guns and have them with them are being treated as well.
I haven't read the statement, and I think, consistency with their values or with what their advocacy is a good thing. What I will say is, in my community that saw a mass shooting at the hands of an AR-15, and then a couple of months later seeing these lawless federal agents with AR-15s and weapons of war on our streets, it is creating the same kind of fear. Weapons of war on our streets, whether it is state-sanctioned violence or violence that's coming from citizens who are not state-sanctioned, it is terrifying our children. It is terrifying our communities. And to me, that's where the focus should be. But absolutely, people who want to stand up for constitutional rights right now, the right to protest, the First Amendment, the right to observe, the right to be on our streets, and the rights against search and seizure, now is the time to stand up for those constitutional rights that I see violated, and I hope they have positions on those issues too.
Representative Greenman, we want to thank you so much for your time, for sharing your perspective with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you to the local press who've been telling the stories of folks in our community on the ground. It is much appreciated, and that is one of those First Amendment rights we are also looking, and really Minnesotans are standing up to protect. So thank you for all you're doing.
All right. Take care. Thanks. We are waiting again. This is NPR News Live special coverage. There is a 3 o'clock news conference happening. We are told the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which is like the state police, is going to be there. We're expecting Drew Evans, who's the superintendent of the BCA, the head of the BCA, to talk about efforts to try to do an investigation at the state level and the local level into the fatal shooting this morning of Alex Pretti by federal agents. Here's Drew Evans, superintendent of the BCA.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Evans, and I am the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The public in the state of Minnesota expects that when a person is killed in one of our communities, an independent, thorough, and transparent investigation is conducted into that incident to fully understand what occurred when any law enforcement authority is involved in a deadly force encounter. Minnesotans not only expect this, but they deserve this. That's what our BCA Force Investigations Unit does. For years now, our independent unit has investigated the majority of use of deadly force incidents in our state. That's true for entities like the BCA, and it's common practice across the United States. That includes incidents involving federal officers and other high-profile incidents like have occurred in the city of Minneapolis and across our state, not only in recent months, but in recent years. Our highly trained independent team of investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocence, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and were in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted a crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding, both within our state and across the country, that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of these cases. An officer-involved shooting is an incredibly complex incident, regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really, truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see that happens in a very short period of time that is often incredibly complex and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a signed judicial warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How uncharted is that? And have you had any contact? You said that you understand DHS is leading it now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since? It's my understanding DHS is running this investigation. I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that, make that contact, and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today.
How much investigative work were agents able to do at the scene and when they did get access?
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene.
Do you know the identity of the federal agents who were involved in the shooting?
The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
Excuse me, introduce yourself, please. Yes, we're here on Channel 5. How will you be able to ensure a thorough and fair investigation if they weren't able to collect evidence the day that the shooting happened?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long-established process of doing that, and we'd welcome that now, or we'd welcome parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process, so it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
On the point about the warrant, it sounds like earlier, just to be clear, you said you took that step preemptively, knowing that perhaps you might be denied. And then secondly, can you share what agents were told on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not allowed to access, or that your agents weren't allowed to access the scene?
So the question was about the warrant and then access to the scene. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived at the scene, you were denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, though Judge Grant said warrant, you show up with that, you're still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please.
Minnesota Star Tribune. I'm not trying to be glib here. Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? Or I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for this Operation Metro Search?
Yeah, the question was about, has local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law? I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of illegal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations: state and local, and federal, and then tribal and territorial. And normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership on a variety of different criminal investigations. Each and every day, BCA agents and local law enforcement across Minnesota are conducting violent crime investigations, drug investigations, human trafficking. We work together with the federal government all of the time. This is a situation where we're in a different place for a variety of reasons when it comes to this, and we need to find a path forward. You've heard various people say that we need to look to turn the temperature down. I look to turn the temperature down not only because of a situation that all of us want to be in across the state of Minnesota, to be safe in our homes and communities each and every day, but importantly so that we aren't in a position where there is a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement authorities. We have a long history of working together in partnership, and we need to keep in mind that we're all safer, we're all better together when we can do that collectively together.
One more at the far end and then one more after that.
Mary Murphy with Forum News Service. Were you able to confirm the identity of the man who was fatally shot? And then also, can you confirm the whereabouts of the officers who were involved in this shooting?
The questions are, can I confirm the identity? I'm aware of what's being reported. That's who we believe the individual to be, but the medical examiner will be the one to officially identify them, or at least provide us permission to do that. The second part of the question was, do we know the location of the officers involved? And the answer is, I do not know.
Superintendent Quinn Gorham, Gray Media. Quick question about the past situations you guys have dealt with on this. Have you ever had a situation where the FBI has denied access to the scene like this? Under what circumstances have those happened in the past, if so?
So the question was, have I ever had a situation where federal authorities denied access to a scene? Not in my 20 plus years at the BCA and a situation like that. There's certainly investigations for national security and sensitive reasons we wouldn't have a line of sight into, nor would it be our position to ask for access to information in those particular instances. In instances where there's really concurrent federal and state jurisdiction over a matter, I'm not aware of an instance where that's ever happened. So.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
NPR News, you're listening to live special coverage. We just heard from Drew Evans, who is the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, or the state police, who says he's never experienced anything like what he's experiencing now in 20 years, Brian. That was really something.
Well, and Nina, as I mentioned before, you and I both know him for many years, and I don't think I've ever seen him this agitated.
That was for him, agitated, yeah.
Yeah, and he said that, to recap, he said that the BCA secured a judicial-approved search warrant to access the scene, but were denied access by federal officials. And one other key point, he said the Department of Homeland Security Investigations Unit, which covers the agents that were involved in this, is taking the lead on the investigation, not the FBI.
So it's investigating itself.
That's right.
Essentially. And he also said, Brian, that prior to receiving the signed warrant by a judge, they were denied access to the scene. So then they went and they got this signed warrant and were still denied access to the scene.
And then when they finally did get back, when federal agents cleared out, they couldn't get two key portions of the scene because protesters had overrun it. And he said, quote, we're in uncharted territory here. And he talked about how for many, many years, for as far as he can remember, there had been a partnership in investigating these types of situations where the state and the federal government work together. He said the state would still share with the federal government what it finds out, but it does not expect to get information in return.
He said that basically there was no investigative work, Brian, that they were able to do on the scene. And he said that this is really their job when law enforcement is involved in a shooting or a fatal shooting like this, or anything where there is someone hurt or injured or a loss of life, that they do about 80%. He said, of the cases like this, that this is what his crime scene personnel and experts are highly trained to do this work. And he really stressed, Brian, because there is so much talk about people, attaching what they want to have happened or believe happened to things. He said, we don't make decisions about guilt or innocence.
Yeah, and that sentence was preceded by, this is all we do. This is the whole idea of this force unit. He did say that they are trying to interview people who witnessed this on the scene, and they're, again, soliciting videos. We don't know how many videos have been turned over to state or local authorities or even federal authorities yet of different vantage points, but we have seen some out there. And clearly, they feel like they would have difficulty moving a case ahead without access to the scene, without access to forensics. So we'll see where this goes.
It's a difficult balance of them trying to tell the public, right? Don't feel like anything that you may have is not useful. Here's where you can send it. But also thinking about from a legal standpoint, from a prosecutor's standpoint, or a district attorney or whoever would be making that ultimate decision to file charges here or not. Those are cases that they have to ensure that they feel that they could win, right, beyond
That's
a reasonable doubt. So that's why, and I will say too, Brian, you and I know that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension as a state police haven't always had everybody's trust.
No.
There have been instances of officer-involved shootings at the state or local agencies, and in many of those instances, because they work closely with law enforcement, some community members or family members have said, we don't want you looking into this. But Drew Evans said, we want to work with all of our partners, and we're happy to do it, like they say that they've been doing for most of his 20-year career.
And we've been hearing all day that there are members of the community who just feel stuck. They feel like they can't get answers, or they don't necessarily have faith in some of the local partners or the state partners, definitely not the federal partners. So this is a very odd dynamic, and I obviously something we haven't seen in our years of covering these types of things. We've heard today from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. We've heard today from federal authorities. We've heard today from the governor. Sounds like later around 4 o'clock we'll hear from Mayor Fry again, along with Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, about this, how everything has unfolded. So there's a lot of people who are just trying to get their arms around it and figure out where this goes next.
Yeah, and with that in mind, we're going to go to Peter Cox now, who was in the room for the news conference. He's been covering the different news conferences and people coming out throughout the day. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Nina.
Peter, I know you've covered a lot of law enforcement involved shootings and other instances. What was your takeaway from today's news conference?
Well, I thought it was really interesting. At the end, Superintendent Evans said, in his 25 years at the BCA, he has never seen BCA agents be denied access to a scene. So he said this is pretty unprecedented. He also said, when officers first arrived on the scene, they were denied access. So they went to a judge to get a warrant. So they thought that they'd be able to access it, and they were denied. He didn't exactly say what agents there said to him, but he said he has been reaching out to people to get access, and they had not called him back. So I think there's a level of frustration here.
There did seem to be. What are you hearing from people just about the, submitting evidence and continuing a lot? Can't remember a time when so many different agencies and elected officials and people have come out, the Hennepin County Attorney, and said, please send us, everything you have right away after something occurs, because they're concerned they can't get other evidence from the scene. What was your takeaway from that?
Yeah, it's definitely a change from things we've seen in the past. They've been asking for videos. They've been looking at the videos that are online already, he said, and they've been talking to witnesses. But, that's kind of why, I think it was earlier this week, Governor Walz said, have your cameras out, document as much as possible. Walz said earlier today that could lead to prosecutions of ICE agents in the future if they did wrong.
And what do you think, Peter, just about the investigation as it continues? A lot of people are going to be wondering about how long something like this might take. In past instances that we've covered where the BCA was involved, they always say, wait until the investigation. Please don't rush to judgment. Drew Evans was reiterating again today that it is not their job to assess guilt or innocence. That's not what they do. They collect evidence, and now they're unable to collect the evidence in the ways that they would want.
Yeah, we have covered many of these incidents over the years where police officers are using use of force. And, the investigators never say, guilt or innocence before. But what we've seen over and over from federal agencies is that assessment is happening immediately and tweeted out and talked about. So Evans is kind of level setting or saying our normal way of doing this is not to approach with any guilt or innocence in mind, but see where the evidence takes us. But I also think it's going to be a lot tougher when they don't have immediate access to the crime scene, and then they don't have, they said protesters had been in the scene, so it changes what evidence is there and whether or not that evidence has been touched by other people, things like that.
All right, Peter, thank you very much for your reporting and checking in with us again. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I want to keep you up to date on some programming notes here. Coming up at 5 o'clock, so in about an hour and a half, and after we hear this 4 o'clock news conference from city officials. Coming up at 5 on NPR News, after the second fatal shooting, of course, involving a federal agent in Minneapolis, it's raising questions about use of force again. And our Catherine Richard is going to talk with some guests and be taking your calls coming up at 5 o'clock today, giving people a chance to weigh in and to call in and process together everything that's happening. I understand we have Rob Dorr now, who's the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center and general counsel for Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. Thanks for your time, Rob.
A pleasure.
What was your reaction first to the events that unfolded today?
Very tragic. My initial reaction when I woke up and was scrolling through Twitter is the first thing I saw was the DHS commentary, and I looked at it and I noted some kind of suspiciously caged language. So I felt like there was more to the story. And now that I've seen 4, maybe 5 different video angles, it doesn't seem like it matches quite what we were told.
What do you mean by that, Rob?
The first language that I saw in the DHS statement was that that Mr. Pretti approached them with a firearm, and that gave me pause because it doesn't say that he had a firearm pointed at them or anything like that, that he approached it. So my initial reaction is, well, how did you know he had a firearm at that point? And as we see more video, it makes it clear that, the firearm wasn't really visible at all until after a confrontation and a scuffle, and he was, disarmed prior to being shot. The further narrative that he was somehow prepared to attack ICE agents, there just doesn't seem to be anything at all to support that.
And Rob, why was it important when you heard that he was a permitted to carry holder? What importance does that have to this?
Well, permit to carry holders, they're allowed to carry in public. You can carry around law enforcement officers, you can carry openly, or you can carry concealed. So there's nothing inherently criminal about that activity. You also don't have to choose between exercising your First Amendment rights or your Second Amendment rights. So you're fully allowed to carry, on public property. You can carry protests. You can carry inside, government buildings. So him having that status shows that he's been through background checks, that he's been through classes, he's paid the necessary fees. And people who do that are significantly less likely to be posing a threat to the public.
Rob, what do you think about a lot of people have been saying, and you seem to be talking about just very different information coming from different people. What do you make of that, especially the image of the gun that was shared? Because I think probably from your perspective, talking about guns and gun ownership and responsibility and portraying it in a responsible way is probably really important.
Yeah, I mean, the image of the gun that was shared immediately, I think, is designed to kind of pre-prep the public with a narrative that, well, the person who attacked ICE officers and they had a gun, here's the gun. And I think that that's meant to get people believing that, well, if he had a gun, then, yeah, it makes sense that he was shot. But then as we're seeing more information come out, it's challenging that narrative. And that photo that they shared actually ultimately matches up perfectly to a video that shows that the same firearm being removed from Mr. Pretti seconds before he was shot.
What about, Rob, the idea of just, these instances obviously have involved guns, whether it's the federal agents. In this instance, there's someone who appeared to have a weapon on them. But there's also this ongoing call for peace and asking people to, tamp down the volume and asking protesters to engage in ways that respect laws. What is your thought about just this idea of kind of bringing the rhetoric down?
Yeah, I think, bringing the rhetoric down is important. But at the same time, the government's very limited in what they can tell people to do to protest and air their grievances about their government. And so, I think that there is some joint responsibility on both sides of the issue to try to, temper the tone and the anger that's coming out right now. But also that becomes more difficult when our government and agents of our government are not engaging in good faith with what we're seeing with our own eyes.
Rob, thank you so much for your time and sharing your perspective with us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
That's Rob Dorr, president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center and general counsel for Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. We are learning, again, of another news conference that's going to be coming up here in about 30 minutes. This one, we're going to be hearing from Mayor Jacob Frey and Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, other city and local elected officials. That is going to be at 4 o'clock today. So obviously, we'll carry that for you and let you know what's going on. Let's listen again, Brian, to Drew Evans, superintendent of the Minnesota BCA, talking about what his agents encountered today.
This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and were in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that does not occur.
You were hearing there from Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota BCA, talking about challenges in being able to investigate the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti this morning in South Minneapolis by federal agents. Earlier this afternoon, we spoke with somebody named Dimitri Draconia, who's an infectious disease doctor and clinical researcher with the University of Minnesota. He was a colleague of Alex Pretti's at the VA, and in this clip, he's talking about Pretti's love of the outdoors, his personality. Obviously, there is a lot left to learn in this situation, but here is someone who knew Alex Pretti talking about who he was.
No, thank you for talking about him. I'm stunned. Those of us who knew him are stunned. Alex was the kindest, nicest person, and I loved working with him. And it is everyone that knew him my phone is blowing up from people texting because we all can't believe this happened.
Can you tell us a little bit about Alex as a person?
Absolutely. Actually, we spoke quite a bit in non-professional reasons. We both shared a love of outdoors, especially mountain biking. We would run into each other. We would occasionally go out for drinks after work with other colleagues. And he was someone who loved the outdoors. He knew that I liked riding. He knew that my kids were avid mountain bikers. We talked about shared trails. And he was a guy that was always friendly, always joking. You could never leave a conversation with him feeling down. Honestly, he was the kind of guy that picked everyone up when you were around him.
And also, can you tell us a little bit about Alex's work as an ICU nurse?
I can only just speak in generalities. I'm not going to speak too much about my work since the VA has media restrictions here. But speaking as a friend of Alex's, I can tell you that he was a incredibly competent person. He was incredibly good at his job. I can say that when you are a new nurse, to go into the ICU means you are confident in your skills and you want to help people. And that's whether you work in a children's hospital or a VA hospital. You are dealing with the sickest people, and you feel comfortable helping people like that through really scary situations, and that was totally him.
Dimitri, I presume you've seen the video, or you probably have been apprised of it, and the federal agents said that he was violent toward them. Would that have been out of character? Can you talk about just his nature?
He was a sweet guy. I never saw him yell or do anything. I have not seen all the videos. I have seen some. I saw him trying to pull someone else away from federal agents. I'm stunned by this is not in character with the person I know.
That was Dimitri Draconia talking about his friend and colleague, Alex Pretti, the 37-year-old nurse who died today after being fatally shot by ICE agents. We're learning more about Alex, learning here that he's from the Green Bay area or graduated high school in the Green Bay area. We also had a reporter who was able to speak with one of Alex's neighbors today. Her name is Jeannie Weiner, and she lived next door to Alex Pretti. She told some reporters today she couldn't believe it when she learned he'd been shot.
I'm shocked. I'm mad. I'm angry. This was a good person. This is not a violent person. This is not someone that would... I'm kind of even amazed that he was carrying a gun. I didn't seem... But he had a understanding permit to carry a gun.
What was he like just in your daily interactions?
Very pleasant, very cordial. We laughed a lot. Like I said, I never knew his last name, but we talked over the fence when he took his dog out. We talked about that. He was a quiet. He was a calm person. He's a nurse. He wasn't. I'm surprised that he wasn't even there. I didn't even expect him to be at these protests.
All right, we were playing there what we've been able to gather so far today. Just people who knew Alex Pretti, who again is the 37-year-old man who it's been confirmed now by law enforcement that Alex Pretti was the man who was shot and killed this morning in South Minneapolis in an encounter with ICE agents. Again, we are waiting for a news conference that is going to be coming up here in about 25 minutes with some local and state officials. We are told Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith will be there. Brian, you got a statement from Attorney General Keith Ellison?
Yeah, and I think as people are asking, what can the state do, or what is the state doing around all of this, and in a sense of, I guess, some people are discouraged by the fact that more hasn't been done yet. But I do want to mention that Monday is when the state attorney general's office will be in federal court arguing its lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security, saying that this whole situation needs to end. This whole immigration situation needs to end. And I'm guessing, I think it's pretty well founded that some of these things that have happened lately, the Renee Macklin Good shooting, this shooting, the other shooting on the non-fatal shooting on June 14th, and Attorney General Keith Ellison his office will be arguing this and asking for a judgment to say this operation should come to an end. He says, I share the intense grief and anger that another Minnesotan, Alex Pretti, 37 years old, an ICU nurse who served veterans, was fatally shot during the Trump administration's Operation Metro Surge. On Monday, January 26th, my office and I will be in court arguing to end this illegal and unconstitutional occupation of our cities, and the terror and violence it's inflicting. This must stop now. So again, real-time events will be informing some of these arguments that we'll see early next week.
Yeah, and this is something that obviously is still unfolding, Brian, but we are hearing, these statements. People are trying to understand, to your point, what can everyday people do if they're upset about what's going on? What can people at different levels of government do? But earlier, because there are different issues going on, right? What Keith Ellison is talking about is this 8 weeks of this surge of federal law enforcement trying to get it to stop. We're also, following these threads of the individual who was shot and killed this morning and the case of Renee Macklin Good, who was killed earlier this month. We're also talking about different ways to protest and encouraging people to remain peaceful. So these are all the types of things that we are expecting to hear more of at this news conference coming up at 4. We do have Susan Gertner on the line, senior counsel for the law firm Lathrop GPM and a former Ramsey County attorney. Thanks for being with us, Susan.
You're welcome. Happy to be here.
Susan, I don't know how much...
Not really. Let me say this. I'm not happy to be here.
No, I understand. I understand.
Astonishing.
Yeah, no, thank you for your time. As I don't know how much of the news conferences today you've been able to listen to, but I think people are wondering about all of this evidence, all of these submissions from the public that the BCA is asking for, that the Hennepin County Attorney's Office is asking for. Yet, at the same time, the BCA is saying they actually weren't able to investigate this scene. They weren't really able to investigate the scene where Renee Macklin Good was killed. As a former county attorney and as an attorney, what do you make of what it seems like the BCA is trying to piece together?
I applaud the BCA and Hennepin County Attorney's Office and Keith Ellison's office for trying to conduct as thorough and responsible of an investigation as they can. Everyone understands the limitations of that because the federal government has kept them away from critical pieces of evidence. But nonetheless, I, again, applaud them for trying. There are obviously a myriad of witness accounts in both horrific fatal incidents, and there is a lot of video from bystanders, people in the immediate area. Those are helpful. Those are very important. And at the end of the day, the witness accounts and what video is available may be enough to at least give us a sense of what happened.
Susan, this is Brian Baxt. I'm wondering if you could comment. I don't know if you heard the entirety of Drew Evans' news conference, but he was saying how they actually went to court to secure a search warrant to get access to the scene and were turned away. Is that something you've ever encountered in your time in kind of around these types of events?
We are in a whole new era, and that's just the bottom line is I have never experienced in 26 years in the Ramsey County Attorney's Office, 16 years as the elected county attorney, I have never experienced outright recalcitrance, defiance, like we are seeing now with the federal government.
And what does it say?
It's unprecedented.
And what does it say to you that the Department of Homeland Security Investigations Unit is the one taking the lead here?
It is hard to imagine public confidence in any results of an investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. I think prosecution 101, investigation 101 is you don't make judgments, you don't announce what happened before you've investigated a situation. And that, in fact, is what we've seen from the Department of Homeland Security is flat out statements that shooting was justified before the investigation was conducted. And so given that immediate response from the Department of Homeland Security, as I understand it, both instances, both horrific shootings, how can the public have confidence in whatever results they come up with?
Let's play this out a little bit. Say that this investigation at the state level and the county level does result in some charge or charges being brought. Given what we've heard from the Trump administration about the federal government having, some level of immunity, or federal agents having some level of immunity, do you think these charges would even be able to be pursued in court?
Well, now, of course, we're talking hypothetically, and I need to be clear about that. We're talking about a situation if the state and local officials are able to conduct an investigation that's thorough enough to give them confidence to bring charges against the ICE agent or agents. If that occurs, they have authority to do so, and immunity is not limitless. You cannot wave around immunity and say that means you can't be prosecuted if you in fact committed a crime. Again, if the results of an independent or statewide local investigation come up with sufficient evidence that a crime was committed, immunity does not cut off that the ability to prosecute.
Susan, what do you think about the idea of having, collecting information and then prosecutions that might happen way in the future? I think people want to know about the timeline for these types of investigations. We know when the BCA has in the past investigated cases, it can take several months for them to hand that over. And that's just because they're doing a thorough investigation. So I wonder about this idea of, collecting all of this evidence and just what that means for a timeline as it relates to these cases, but also, tons of other people who might be submitting instances that they feel were unjust.
The fact is that there's no statute of limitations on murder, manslaughter, and so no matter how long it might take for authorities to gather sufficient evidence to make a determination that charges should be brought, that timeline is in some ways irrelevant. Obviously, the faster you can gather information, the closer in time you can get that information pulled together, closer in time to the incident itself, the better. But you're right. Sometimes investigations, even in cases far less complicated, horrifying, with all the politics involved, even in situations that don't have that kind of layer of difficulty, it can take time. And that is hard for families, it's hard for the public, but sometimes that's necessary in order to make the right decision.
Do you think it's common, Susan, for people to make cases that end up with charges if they weren't able to investigate a scene? You kind of alluded to it, but how critical is that evidence?
Well, thinking about what's lost when local and state authorities don't have immediate access to a crime scene, that certainly is a difficulty. That certainly is a barrier. But not necessarily insurmountable. When you have a situation where the question is not who done it, the question is not that there are no witnesses, and so you need to look at circumstantial evidence, scientific evidence, things of that nature. If you, in fact, have a lot of people who saw what happened, if you have a lot of videos of what happened, then it can be less of a barrier that you don't have the kinds of crime scene evidence that it's ideal to collect.
All right, Susan, we really appreciate you coming on and sharing your expertise with us. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, and keep covering it. This is so important.
We will. Thanks. Also want to let our listeners know NPR News has reached out to the White House for comment on today's shooting. They told us they do not have anyone available for our request as of now and will let us know if that changes. One of the things we briefly talked about with Susan Gärtner was some of the different experiences people have been having and some of the evidence that people are trying to collect on their own and then submit to people. One of the people who was out at the scene this morning in South Minneapolis after things had unfolded, but was responding to the scene over there, was journalist Jana Shortall with KARE 11 at the scene this morning and joined us earlier to talk about what Jana experienced.
I got a text alert probably 9:15 this morning that there was a shooting near 26th and Nicollet. So I got in my car. I don't live far from there. I live on the south side and went down there. I couldn't see anything that would clarify what kind of shooting it was once I got there. It was already pretty chaotic, and it honestly was reminiscent to the day that Renee Good was shot, because I was also at that scene via a text and a signal chat 15 minutes after, and it felt the same. Like, I saw a lot of federal agents, and I saw a lot of people starting to show up and start asking questions and yelling, and no one quite seemed to know who was in charge or what was going on. I was on Nicollet. Go ahead, Nina.
No, go ahead.
I was on Nicollet with maybe a dozen. There were people protesting, so I just did what we do. I was just taking pictures with my phone. I had my press badge on. We didn't have a crew there yet, so I was just taking pictures with my phone. There might have been one other photographer there. There were probably 10 agents, some ICE, some Border Patrol, and there was a police line. So the agents were behind the line, the protesters were on the other side, or just neighbors looking at what's going on. And at some point, they started to move the tape for some reason, but we didn't understand. They just started pushing on it, and then they started yelling at us, move back, move back. And I started to move back. And again, I was marked press. And then an agent shoved me pretty hard backwards and said something. And then I said, don't push me. I'm moving back. I'm press. Don't push me. Why are you pushing me? And then he pushed me again. And that time I started to fall. And at the same time, somebody squirted a chemical irritant directly into my left eye underneath my glasses.
Jana, you made this is Brian Baxt. You made a point about how you were one of the early reporters on the scene of the Renee Macklin Good shooting just a couple weeks ago, and again, you were there early today. Can you just talk about just the spontaneous responses of both, and just what you saw and how that maybe they differed between that one and this one today?
Honestly, Brian, it seemed similar today in that being there shortly thereafter, I did not know that a person was shot and killed. All I got on the signal text was that there was a shooting, possibly ICE agents or federal agents, near the area of 26th and Nicollet. So I drove straight there. Wasn't a lot of law enforcement there on the ground, but it's so cold outside, they may have been there in cars. But I just saw, a lot of federal agents, not a lot of police. This is before State Patrol comes in. Not a lot of protesters, maybe about 50. And that it was different than Renee Good, that shooting of Ms. Good, in that was only protesters when I got to that one, and a lot of federal agents. What I noticed, too, is that as Minneapolis police started to even kind of approach the scene, just walking, it just seemed like a lot of confusion. A police officer, a Minneapolis police officer, was sitting next to me and said to an agent behind the tape, "Do you have a supervisor? Is there a supervisor in there that I can talk to?" And he's like, "I don't know, just go back there somewhere." So it was a chaotic situation in both instances.
Jana, I know that in 2020 as well, obviously you were here reporting and you've been in touch with a lot of like the mutual aid and the community responses. And one thing I've consistently heard from people that is so striking is that obviously it's not the exact same, but that people sort of fell back into some of the, mutual aid or neighborhood help or hyper local helping out other people and some of that, those organized kind of grassroots ways of connecting with one another to provide resources. Have you seen that? Have you experienced that?
Absolutely. I mean, I live on the South Side. In this particular instance, this Operation Metro Surge, I've seen different neighborhood groups, the volunteering at the bus stops just to make sure kids get home safe. And I want to stress to people who are listening, that's not an agitation. They're literally just there to make kids safe. Today I saw, to your point, Nina, we're 6 years older than we were in 2020. And I can't stress enough how chaotic that once it got to be this situation it is now, there were no orders to disperse or no get backs. It was just firing pepper balls over and over and over and over again. I mean, at least 50 in like a 10-minute period. And they were like shot out of what looked like a T-shirt cannon. I mean, they were just hitting people and then people were throwing them back. But I bring that up to say, as myself and two younger journalists that were there with CARE were kind of running away because we couldn't breathe. We ran into groups of people who had so many medical supplies. They had different kinds of masks. They had different kinds of waters and saline solutions and hand warmers. Everybody, and it's kind of heartbreaking, knows how to do this. And I don't know what to do with that psychologically.
Can you tell us a little bit about that area? I know you said you lived in the area. This is a Whittier area, correct? What's going on around you? What's in that area?
Well, where it happened it is the heartbeat of Eat Street. You are seeing every single pho restaurant. You're seeing, Jasmine 26. You're seeing Peninsula. You're seeing Quang. I mean, these are all the restaurants that dot the landscape of Eat Street. This is Eat Street and Lake Street, to me, are two veins of the city of Minneapolis that show us what America is when it's possible for everybody. And I love Eat Street. It is every single different kind of thing that you could imagine down 6 city blocks. When I first moved here, I lived across from MIA, which is Eat Street. And then when I got really, really excited to move into a duplex on First and then to a studio over Spy House, those are all Whittier and Eat Street. And the diversity, and you've got artists that are going to the art school, you've got the art museum, and then you have these immigrant restaurants. And it's just extremely dense and extremely lively and beautiful. It's just such a special place.
I wonder how you're feeling just physically, if you don't mind sharing. I'm sorry that you were sprayed. I think that people, we've had folks on Minnesota Now in recent weeks talking about, we don't know exactly what every chemical is that's being used, but it is true. The science does show that even one interaction with a chemical irritant can have lasting effects for people, and have before. What was that experience like, if you don't mind sharing?
Honestly, I just want to say that I think the part about me talking about it that is the most important is that I was behind the line and I was following the rules, and I was clearly marked press. And it wasn't like a big blast of gas pepper spray, because no one else around me got pepper sprayed. This was sprayed directly into my eye. It felt like a squirt into the eye. Nobody on my right, nobody on my left. I just went down. So it was targeted at a member of the press that was behind the police tape. Did it hurt? Yes, it hurt very badly, but to the point of community members started helping me all of a sudden. And then they said, would you like to go into an apartment where someplace is warm? And someone just said, come in my home, take your shoes off. You can have my shower. You can have anything you want. And I stayed there for about 30 minutes. I was able to call my wife. There's a lot of irritant on my coat and on my hat. And a lot of people, I think, get in trouble when it stays on their person. There's still some on my face because I need to shower. And I bring that up because I think people may just stay out and wipe their eyes, but you got to make sure to get it all off. But I can't, people help me I don't even know their names. I'm so grateful if any of them ever hear this. Thank you. And it's just really frustrating. I was there to do a job. I didn't yell at anybody. I wasn't trying to get past the tape. I didn't do anything. I was by myself. I'm 5'5", 110 pounds maybe.
You were hearing there from local journalist Jana Shortle of KARE 11 describing her experiences earlier today when she went to the aftermath of the scene in South Minneapolis, where we're told 37-year-old Alex Pretti was shot and killed by ICE agents this morning in South Minneapolis around 9 a.m. We are going to bring you a news update and a news conference from some more local elected officials. But first, we want to give you a weather update. Stay with us. You're listening to NPR News 91.1 FM KNOW Minneapolis, St. Paul. 3 degrees below zero right now in the Twin Cities under sunny skies. Temperatures are going to remain below zero today. Lows will reach in the double digits tonight, below zero. Keep that in mind. Tomorrow for your Sunday, it'll be partly sunny. Highs will be in the single digits Sunday night. Looking clear, lows will be around 16 degrees below zero for your Sunday night. So another cold one. Headed into your Monday, highs will be in the teens, so it will be warming up. Tomorrow will be super cold, and then we'll begin to warm up again Monday. Highs will be all the way around 14 degrees. Heading into Tuesday, we are expecting sunshine. Again, highs in those single digits. So a few cold days ahead, not seeing anything in the way of snow, but it will be chilly. It's 4 o'clock. This is live special coverage on NPR News. I'm Nina Moini. Thank you for listening. I am joined in the studio by politics editor Brian Baxt as we are awaiting another update from some officials here in Minneapolis. We are awaiting a news conference that is supposed to start at 4, but running a little bit behind, as is to be expected. Brian, thank you for joining me again. Tell us who we're expecting to hear from.
We'll be hearing from United States Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, and of course, Amy Klobuchar is a potential candidate for governor, so we have to keep that in mind. And then Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, along with some members of his city leadership team. So we heard from Jacob Frey earlier today, but we have not yet heard from the senators. Just to recap, sometime in the 9 o'clock hour this morning, there was a shooting in Minneapolis involving ICE agents and a 37-year-old man who was fatally struck. The ICE agents, the Border Patrol agent, I want to make that clear. Border Patrol agents were trying to arrest him, detain him, and then the shooting occurred. There's plenty of dispute over what led up to it and whether the gentleman had a gun and acted in a violent manner. So expect to hear more about that.
It's been 8 weeks, as you know, almost, Brian, almost 2 months that there have been more agents coming, federal law enforcement, ICE, Border Patrol, that have been sent here as the weeks have continued to tick on. Governor Tim Walz, we heard from him earlier today, asking again for the influx of ICE agents to be reduced, for ICE to leave the state of Minnesota. There's no indication that that's anything that the White House or DHS or Border Patrol is planning to do. They have said that they will continue to be here for as long as it takes for them to complete the mission that they've said. And I think we're also going to be hearing from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem right around now, and we'll make sure to listen to that as well and get that audio out to folks.
And if anything, it might just be escalating. We know that there's the possibility of the Insurrection Act still out there. The president mentioned insurrection in a social media post. There's also the fact that the National Guard has been mobilized around this event for the first time and sent out to the Whipple Federal Building where they're helping with some crowd control.
We also heard just about an hour ago, I think it was, from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans. So he is like the chief of the state police. For some people don't know exactly what the BCA is, but they investigate most officer-involved shootings, whether that's a local or a state or a federal law enforcement member. And they typically work in conjunction or in cooperation with any federal authorities that may also be investigating. Brian, we know that Renee Macklin Good, who was shot and killed earlier this month. We know that the BCA was edged out, as they say, of that investigation, and federal authorities took that over. It is happening again today, in this case now, with Alex Pretti.
It was somewhat astounding to hear, in fact, the BCA Superintendent Drew Evans talk about how they actually went to court to get a judicially approved warrant
to get to the scene.
To search the scene, and they were still told by the federal agents there they can't have access. And we do know that, according to Drew Evans, the Department of Homeland Security Investigations Unit is the one taking the lead on it. Of course, that means they're investigating themselves.
And this is concerning as well to these elected officials, because when there's no investigative work done on the scene, like there hasn't been able to happen with the BCA, it's harder to tell the public, look, we had an independent investigation. Governor Tim Walz said he does not trust that the federal government is going to be able to investigate itself. That's typically not what's recommended, and it hasn't happened that way in the past. So Drew Evans, the superintendent of the BCA, saying this is really uncharted territory. A lot of different people that we've been hearing from throughout the day. So we've heard from the governor. We've heard from the state BCA that is wanting to investigate not only this incident, but also the shooting death of Renee Macklin Good earlier this month. We have also been learning about this 37-year-old man, Alex Pretti. And while we don't know all the details surrounding the incident earlier this morning in which his life was taken, we have heard from people some beginnings of who they say this person was. So,
An ICU nurse who's done work at the VA, so a federal facility, and somebody who enjoyed the outdoors, and his neighbors talked about his manner being very calm and friendly to them.
Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara described him as a legal gun owner.
Permitted gun owner.
Permitted gun owner. And, this is important because DHS has come out with a photo of a weapon and has said that Alex Pretti was attacking officers and that those officers acted in self-defense. There's also video out there that shows what Mayor Jacob Fry referred to as about 6 agents or so pummeling a person and then taking their life. So there are, again, a lot of different perspectives that have begun to emerge on one side or the other, like we've seen so often the last 8 weeks.
And according to the Border Patrol commander on the scene here, Greg Bavino, the person was, in his words, a highly trained and highly experienced officer in use of lethal force. The Associated Press has reported he's been on the Border Patrol for 8 years. So, but we don't have a name. We don't know much about who that person is.
Officials have also been saying, Governor Walz today, like they've been saying for the last several weeks, Brian, telling people to please remain peaceful and calm in their protests and to not escalate. And that's something that people have been going out to scenes and observing. A lot of people have been in trainings to do it lawfully and legally, to be able to go there and to be able to get recordings and documentation of what is going on, because, again, they don't trust the information that is coming from the federal government and feel that they need to be out there themselves chronicling what's happening. However, as we all know, scenes have escalated and there have been violent instances. There has been use of force, videos that are very concerning, many videos of great concern in the past several weeks. So This is another chance for lawmakers and elected officials to come out here and address the public, and they probably will, again, ask that everybody remain peaceful and calm. But again, with many of the folks that we've talked with today who are Minnesotans or elected leaders here, they say the people escalating really are the federal agents. Depends who you ask.
And one other thing we learned today from the governor is that he said he spoke twice with the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, about this, saying basically, time for you to scale this back, get the ICE surge out of Minnesota, and also that Minnesota would be the one investigating. And in his words, Minnesota's justice system will have the last word.
That is what he said. Yeah, Brian. And we're keeping an eye here on the podium, and we'll cut to this just as soon as we can. But for any folks who weren't with us in the last hour, we were able to talk to Susan Gardner, who's a former county attorney in Ramsey County. And we were asking her about just the importance of being able to investigate a scene for law enforcement. We know that because the BCA was denied access to go and investigate, that's one of the reasons that they are really leaning on and asking members of the public to come forward with things that they have found. And we talked to Susan about how difficult it can be to investigate a case when you were not allowed to be at the scene. And you'll remember, Brian, Drew Evans said that although they weren't able to investigate the scene, once federal officials had left, they still were not able to do any remaining investigation because by that time there were protesters, demonstrators all over the place. So there is going to be that chunk missing, as in the case of Renee Macklin Good.
And what was interesting about what Drew Evans said is that he feels like they could have parallel investigations where maybe they're not working together, but they could share details and share evidence. He said the state is still willing to share with the federal government what it finds out. And he said that they're conducting interviews right now, that they're gathering more video because there were many angles, there were many people on scene besides the main video we saw that just showed this thing unfolding.
And I think for some of the local officials in Minneapolis, like the police chief and Mayor Fry, who have come out today and based on videos that they've seen that we have not been able to independently verify at NPR News, they're really saying that this was clearly unjustified use of force. Brian O'Hara said the video speaks for itself. But, Brian, they're also in a tough spot on speaking out about some of these things because then when the FBI or the DOJ hear local elected officials talking about it, they've said in the past, in the case of Renee Macklin Good, that that's part of the reason, if not the reason, they don't want to work together.
Yeah, that was their rationale for, as you noted, boxing out the state investigators. Because originally in the Renee Macklin Good situation, it was going to be a joint investigation between the BCA and the FBI. And a day later, we found out that wasn't the case. So they're in that spot. They're also having to be the one to respond when things get out of hand on some of these scenes, when people are upset, understandably, over one of their people in the community being killed. They're turning out, and we saw that the tear gas was deployed today many times. We've seen different security measures go up at the federal building down in South Minneapolis, where a lot of these things are kind of a focal point of a lot of the frustrations. So, I mean, they're in a really, really hard spot because they're the ones who are coming face to face with a lot of these people after the fact.
We're going to go now to our Matt Sepik, who was in the room where we're waiting for this news conference to start. Thanks again for being here, Matt.
Good to be back, Nina.
Well, you've heard from Governor Tim Walz today. We've heard from BCA Superintendent Drew Evans. What are you expecting, or have you thought about what you might hear again from these officials that we've already heard a lot from them over the last 8 weeks?
Right. We're expecting a news conference here to begin shortly at Minneapolis City Hall again with Mayor Jacob Fry and Minnesota's two Democratic U.S. Senators, Tina Smith and Amy Klobuchar. I don't know if they have prepared remarks or what they plan to say, but I know what I plan to ask, and that is if they plan to meet with or have they met with Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and others. And do they have a plan to use whatever tools they have necessary as the minority party to bring an end to what is happening here in Minneapolis at the hands of Immigration and Customs Enforcement? But other than that, that's what we're waiting for. And, you know, here at City Hall, it is really quiet. It's a weekend. It's quiet in downtown Minneapolis. If you hadn't been paying attention to the news, you might not really even know what is going on. What is going on in South Minneapolis at the shooting scene and the protests at the Whipple building at Fort Snelling. In fact, Nina, there's a wedding about to start here in the rotunda of City Hall, 3 floors below me. Amazon packages and DoorDash is still being delivered. Things, have a veneer of normalcy here, but at the same time, we're dealing with an unprecedented situation that many attorneys and legal scholars say carries the hallmarks of a constitutional crisis. And we heard from BCA Superintendent Drew Evans earlier, and he just made a remarkable statement and was as understated as he could be about it, that when the BCA tried to investigate this shooting scene in South Minneapolis this morning, they were blocked by federal agents. Just to be on the safe side, they went to a Minnesota judge and got a search warrant to go to the scene. They were again blocked. They were unable to do any really sort of investigation because they didn't have enough officers there to secure the scene. There are many protesters, as you can imagine, but this is truly an unprecedented time that we're in. It's certainly in living memory of most Americans.
Matt, we do know one thing that is likely to come up at this news conference is that the city of Minneapolis, their police chief and Mayor Jacob Frey have requested the National Guard help reinforce local law enforcement resources in Minneapolis. We knew that earlier the Hennepin County Sheriff had made the request. So it seems like some of the 2020 scenes of...
We're getting started here. News conference is starting.
All right, Matt Sepik, thank you so much. We are taking a look here, and we're not seeing people walking in just yet on the screen I'm looking at. But Matt, you may know better if they are. Oh, look at this. We've got Mayor Jacob Frey walking to the podium now. Let's listen in.
We're here to provide an update on the safety plans and precautions that we're going to be taking for this evening. The City of Minneapolis is filing a declaration after today's shooting to encourage the judge to rule on a temporary restraining order on Monday that would grant us immediate relief and would help stop this operation that has been so harmful to the city of Minneapolis. The state of Minnesota has resulted in multiple shootings and tragic deaths. I have formally requested assistance from the National Guard to support the limited number of officers that we have in the Minneapolis Police Department. We have around 600 officers in total. Days off have been canceled. Our incredible Minneapolis police officers have been working tirelessly to do their day-to-day work, and simultaneously, they are put in the middle of these chaotic situations. We will not be able to do this on our own, and so we are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well as the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired. And this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, Border Control, and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time, and there is an incredible group of leaders in senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful. Let's keep it that way. Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry. I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, our hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. There are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile and emotional situation, and our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order in this city. The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way. After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity. Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires. The number one priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community. And so given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible, and the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted at the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that, and we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully, and understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the monitor the situation and provide updates as needed. Senator?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments, this is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. 1, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Pretti, a 37-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. This city has been under siege. And I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending violent offenders. That's not what this is about anymore when you have 3,000 agents overwhelming sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday, all those peaceful people. And then we wake up this morning to this horror. As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days. And these are the results. We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation. We have done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct the investigation into these killings. And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers, and they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back. But none of this should be happening. None of it. So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us because we have warned this administration. I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen. And clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Pretti, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a VA nurse. Eyewitness video shows once again reckless, violent, and dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesotan. And rather than following standard law enforcement practice, which is focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Pretti a domestic terrorist. He was a nurse. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family and to his friends. And all Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our city. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too. So we gather here to say, first, I want to say to the President, you must stop Operation Metro Surge immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe. Second, it is essential that trusted, impartial state investigators at the BCA are allowed to fully investigate what happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing and at the federal invasion of our cities peacefully and with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us showed up in support of our community. And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress, they must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it. And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize Americans. That is what Senator Klobuchar and I will be working on in the United States Senate. And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law enforcement and fire departments, not only here in Minneapolis, but all across the state that have been doing everything that they could, everything that you can to keep our cities safe. I once worked in City Hall, and I know what it's like, and I am so grateful for their relentless work to keep our communities safe. Representative McCollum.
Well, we have a saying in Congress that we agree and reflect in our remarks those that have spoken before us. So I'm going to take a slightly different tact. You know, today, this morning, Saturday, we lost another life, and it didn't have to be that way. To all the protesters who have been out there peacefully protesting, who have been harmed and injured, it shouldn't be happening to you either. But I want to take a second, as Senator Smith was, just to reflect on the community. St. Paul stands with you, Minneapolis. The East and West Metro, we're united, as well as all Minnesotans. My phones have been ringing off the hook from frustrated members of communities that are asking me to talk to their Republican members of Congress to do something about the escalation of chaos and violence that has been caused by the presence of the Department of Homeland Security. Representative Morrison and I, along with Representative Omar and Craig, had an opportunity to show with our votes on the House floor just this week how disappointed we are that the president refuses to listen. Oh, well, we're more than disappointed. We are outraged. Part of the bill that was on the floor was to provide more body cameras for ICE. Well, they have them already in the thousands, and they refuse to wear them. So, Secretary Noem, have your officers suit up and put on their body cameras, just like our law enforcement does. To our law enforcement here, we appreciate you, especially those of you who have been working the extra shifts. To the school boards, to the community service volunteers, everybody out there in this community, you make us so proud to represent you in the United States Congress. We hold our head up high with how Minnesota is reacting to this. We celebrate 250 years of this United States of America. And I'll close with quoting Benjamin Franklin. He came out of the Constitutional Convention and he said, it's a republic if you can keep it. Well, we're showing we want to keep it a republic with peaceful protesting. Stay calm, be safe, take care of one another. And when you see a National Guards person out there trying to relieve one of our police officers, know that they're there to protect you. So please respect everyone out there trying to keep us safe. And with that, I'd like to welcome up my colleague from the West Metro, Representative Morrison.
Thank you, Representative McCollum. You know, the day after tens of thousands of Minnesotans showed the world how to stand up peacefully against this administration's cruelty, lawlessness, and unacceptable occupation, and demand that ICE leave our state and end this federal invasion, the world is watching yet again as one of Donald Trump's federal agents have shot and killed another United States citizen in broad daylight in the middle of the street. First, we lost Renee Nicole Good, and now Alex Jeffrey Pretti, a 37-year-old man, a Minnesotan, an ICU nurse, a resident looking out for his neighbors as Minnesotans always do. And I do want to pause and offer my deepest sympathy and profound condolences to Mr. Pretti's family and friends. I am so sorry for your unimaginable loss. And we are once again now being asked to deny what we saw with our own eyes. We watched the videos of a masked federal agent shooting Alex in the back multiple times while he was pinned down by more than 6 other masked federal agents. And once again, DHS has come out with a predetermined narrative that contradicts everything we saw with our own eyes. 2 37-year-old Minnesotans are now dead, a poet and a nurse. For what? We cannot lose any more lives. We need a full, transparent, and comprehensive investigation led by our BCA. And ICE and Border Patrol need to halt all operations in the state and leave immediately. And Congress cannot be complicit in facilitating these lethal operations and federal occupation of our cities. We are standing here as a united front today, pleading for our Republican colleagues who control the Congress and who took the same oath to defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law that we did, to stand up and stop this. Put your state and your country first. Put it ahead of your loyalty to this president. Minnesotans are in agony, watching their communities terrorized and families torn apart. ICE and CBP agents are traumatizing our communities, violating Minnesotans' constitutional rights, unlawfully detaining and arresting United States citizens, racially profiling people, forcing schools, restaurants, and businesses to close. And people are dying at the hands of these federal agents. It has to stop now before anyone else is hurt. And I return it to the mayor. Thank you.
I'll just point out, again, the difference between tens of thousands of people just yesterday peacefully protesting, standing up for their neighbors, no injuries, no damage to property. That is how Minnesota and Minneapolis shows up versus what we saw again this morning. That is what is causing chaos on our streets, those actions that we saw on video, and you can believe your own eyes. With that, we'll open it to questions.
Senator Klobuchar, are you willing to use every lever of power at your disposal as a member of the minority party to stop what is happening here, up to and including a government shutdown?
Right now, we are focused on getting ICE out of the state. And of course, we will use every lever that we have. But I do remind people that Donald Trump runs the White House. And sadly, because to date we have not seen the Republican members of Congress standing up, he also seems to run the Congress. But the point here is that there are many changes that we could make. You know, why aren't we helping fund local law enforcement instead of what they did with this bill last summer where they tripled the budget? And why aren't they pledging to have a full investigation of what happened? I have a lot of respect for our local law enforcement here, and I appreciated the words of some of my colleagues who talked about the fact that people have to differentiate here with what they're doing on the front line every single day. So there are many things we could do. Budgets are a value choice, and that's what we're asking our Republican colleagues to do. I work across the aisle all the time. I work with them, and I know that many of them understand that what's going on right now is wrong. And so the way to get to a higher ground, honestly, is to get them to get ICE out of our state right now, to call the president, to speak out as we have been doing day after day after day, and to remember these little kids who are afraid to go to school, and to remember the people who are legal citizens who are wrestled to the ground, yelling, "I am born here, I was born here," and to remember these two that we've lost. And I hope that's something that they all take home and that the people of this country do as they look at how they can get this administration to stop this.
Mayor Frank, can you talk about the legal case that you were pursuing and how this shooting changes your strategy? What is your best case scenario on Monday when you go to court?
Yeah. So there's two forms of request that we have been asking for. The first was this temporary restraining order. The other possibility is some form of injunctive relief. Now, I don't want to get too into the details because I'm bound to get something wrong, but the question is one of urgency and immediacy. The issue is that we recently saw somebody shot and badly injured. We then saw somebody shot and killed, and that was the second one. Chief, I think we've only had 3 homicides in the city this year. Is that right? 2 of them, ICE. 3 homicides. 2 of them were from ICE. And so the relief that we're asking for is stopping this Operation Metro Surge in the immediacy. It's preventing this massive influx of agents that is making it very difficult for us to do our jobs in the city as well as we need to do them, and we need to do regular day law enforcement as well. Yes?
They defied a search warrant this morning. Do you think they'll abide by a court order from a federal judge?
They have to abide. So the question is, they defied a search warrant this morning. Will they abide by a court order by a federal judge? Everybody listen to that question. The question is, will this administration abide by a court order? These are the underpinnings of our democracy, of our republic, and of this Constitution. The answer better be yes. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you abide by those court orders. The answer has to be yes if you are a patriot for this country. And so, yes, my expectation is that they will abide by the court order because there is not an alternative.
Mayor Fry, if I can just ask you, and also Senator Klobuchar and the other legislators, the rhetoric today seems back to where it was in the aftermath of Renee Good, if not even higher. Senator Klobuchar posted on X, Stephen Miller, then the President slammed Senator Klobuchar's post. I mean, this is going on. The vitriol is through the roof on social media. Is there any way, or how are you going to come together? I mean, is there any way to approach the other side?
Yeah. I'll answer for myself and from the city's perspective, and certainly turn it to Senator Klobuchar. I want everyone to just quickly look at the juxtaposition between the way that Minneapolis is showing up and the way that the federal government is showing up. I want you to look at the difference between the elected leaders and our chief that you've heard talk just before me. They're calling for peace. They're calling for peace notwithstanding this horrific action from the federal government. What are they doing? They're not investigating the person that killed our citizens. They're investigating us. This is political retaliation. This is about a political narrative, and that narrative is making people less safe.
A number of us have spent the last few weeks making our views clear, standing our ground, but also reaching out to this administration, to Republican leaders, to try to get them to understand how dangerous this is, how unsafe this is. I met with chiefs from across the metropolitan area. Chief O'Hara was on this call, and they have been reaching out, some of them publicly, some of them behind closed doors. The business community has been reaching out. I have been personally reaching out to the president's chief of staff and spoken with her. We have done this day after day after day, so we're not just shutting out any discussions, but we've been explaining to them, and I know the governor has, how dangerous this situation is. And I have specifically told people that someone else was going to die. I said this a few days ago. I said it might be by a car, it might be by some other way. And it just seems like you hope that they're going to de-escalate, and then they keep escalating it up. Right now, I hope they're listening, and I mostly hope that our Republican colleagues are listening and that they will step in, even if it's behind closed doors. If they will make those calls and say, we've got to end this now, and we've got to bring those people out of Minnesota and let our local law enforcement do our jobs. And I'll let some of my colleagues answer this.
Well, I'll just say that I completely agree with the mayor and the senator. But I mean, it is my obligation as a United States senator to speak about what I think is happening in my state and to define it for what I think it is. That is my job. And one thing I have learned about this president is that he does not respond to appeasement. He is a bully. He does not respond to people who appease him. He responds much better to strength than he does to weakness. And I think what we have seen in this state, I am so proud of it. We have seen a combination of strength and peacefulness that really says who we are. And I believe that that is our best path forward for trying to convince this administration that the path that they are on is dangerous to public safety, and it is a losing path that they must abandon.
What's your message to Minnesotans who are just wondering when this is going to be over? I think a lot of people are feeling very tired and are just wondering when this is going to end. What's your message to your constituents?
It will be over when we speak as one voice, as one Minnesota, as everybody has been out in the streets. You know, ICE was here in June, and there wasn't any problem. We weren't happy about it. There were people who we were concerned about the way that deportations and arrests were happening. We were worried. But we handled it in a peaceful way. The escalation now is not because Minnesota changed. It is because this White House and Stephen Miller have decided to change their tactics here. It will end when our colleagues who are hearing from their constituents because they are reaching out to me and others listen to their constituents and stand with their constituents and not stand with a White House that is not following the Constitution, breaking our laws, and not living up to the values of this country. That's when it will end.
What do you think the end game? What do you think the end game is for Donald Trump at this point? What is he hoping to accomplish with this? Anybody out there?
I don't think anybody knows.
I don't think it is.
Look, I do not pretend to know what Donald Trump is thinking. I do know what they're saying publicly. And on the one hand, they are talking about this being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state. Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options. Our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing, in fact, we have been working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets. That is not what we are talking about right now. What they are also saying is that this is simply political retaliation. They are saying this is political retribution, and it's focused here on a blue city in a blue state. That's not how America works. Other countries function that way. We don't. And so no matter your background or your ideology, this should be of deep concern for you no matter what town you're in America, because your town could be next. Your liberties, your freedoms could be sacrificed because of what this administration is doing.
Thank you. I know our end game, and our end game is to keep Minnesota safe. And so we are asking that ICE get off of our streets and out of our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joined in the studio by politics editor Brian Bax. We just heard from several local officials, state officials, members of Congress and the U.S. Senate, talking about what their response is going to be at this point after we learned that 37-year-old Alex Pretti was shot and killed this morning in South Minneapolis by ICE agents. Brian Baxter, what did you hear there that was new?
Two things of importance: that the National Guard will be called out in a broader call-up than we heard of earlier today. They'll be in Minneapolis and other places to assist Minneapolis police, and Police Chief Brian O'Hara made clear they're going to be in bright fluorescent vests to distinguish them from what people might be seeing with ICE and the Border Patrol out on the streets doing what they're doing. Second thing is that they're going to use this killing of Alex Pretti as kind of a centerpiece argument on Monday when they're asking a federal judge to put a temporary restraining order to end this operation that we've had going in Minnesota since December 1st. So those are the two main things. The other things that stuck out to me is that, the lawmakers were talking about how Minnesota is in agony. This is just one of several things of violence we've seen in the past 6 months that have really rocked the state. And Mayor Fry pointed out that there have been 3 homicides in Minneapolis this year, 2 of them at the other end of a gun of a federal agent.
They talked a lot about the imbalance of power that they see here and wanting federal agents to conduct themselves in a better manner and wanting ICE out of Minnesota, saying it is not making people safer across the state, they argued. We do want to go now to some sound we have with Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who also was at a news conference earlier that was mostly focused on the winter storm that's affecting the southern half of the U.S., but she did talk about the shooting this morning, the fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Take a listen.
But before I take any questions and give more details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country. At 9:05 a.m., Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct and to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects, and a rampant assault began, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy. He's refused to turn over murderers to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place. Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice and the American people made safer because of that work. We don't have this problem in Texas or in Florida because those individuals in those states work with us, and they make sure that they keep peace and calm while they bring criminals to justice. In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, they instead choose violence. They instead choose to encourage the destruction of their city and the crime against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue. It appears that they want chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the corruption of their city. I'll remind you that this city has been corrupt for years with what we've seen with people that have been stealing taxpayer money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey. I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us, and there are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have released over 490 criminals onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country to keep families safe. The second thing that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted operations to get illegal criminals out of our country, and then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement officers. That's all. Those are the two requests that we've asked of them. We've asked them to help us do that so that we can continue to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities across the country. But they have refused because they want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota.
You were listening there to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem responding to the incident this morning, the second fatal shooting in the state of Minnesota this month involving federal law enforcement. We're going to close out our hour talking with Matt Sepik again, who was in the room for the news conference that just happened. Matt, we heard from a lot of people today, but a lot of people heading into this evening are going to be wondering what's happening next. What can they expect? Can you bring us up to date?
Well, the Minnesota National Guard is going to be assisting Minneapolis police and local law enforcement, including Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies tonight. And what Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara says is an effort to keep the peace. Congresswoman Betty McCollum was at this news conference as well, along with Congresswoman Kelly Morrison, and of course the two U.S. Senators, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith. And McCollum said, and she pointed out that the National Guard, local police are here to keep people safe and keep the peace, and they deserve our respect for that. Another thing, I think this may have been reported as well, but also worth noting, that Chief O'Hara said that the Minnesota National Guard members, to distinguish themselves from Border Patrol and ICE, are going to be wearing yellow vests. That's where we are now in America, where you have really what is a militarized law enforcement force operating. by the federal government, wearing camouflage, fatigues, and heavy armor.
Matt, I'm hoping you can underscore something. Matt, this is Brian Baxter. I'm hoping you can underscore something that Betty McCollum pointed out, is that a lot of people are wondering, would there be body camera footage of this? Because body cameras are prolific in law enforcement now. What did she have to say about that?
Well, that was interesting too, Brian. She had mentioned that the Department of Homeland Security, they have the funding for body cameras, and she says that they are refusing to put them on, to use them as law enforcement in many jurisdictions in Minnesota, including Minneapolis and St. Paul, have been required to do for a better part of a decade. And that was another thing that really stood out to me.
Matt, we have just about a minute left, but this area, the scene, it seems like they're clearing it of vehicles tonight. What was your understanding of that?
Yes, that was the other thing that Chief O'Hara mentioned. There's going to be a no-vehicle zone along Nicollet and 26th in that area as part of an effort to keep the peace, at the scene of the shooting. The idea is that keeping vehicles out of there will reduce potential incidents, certainly vehicle pedestrian crashes and that sort of thing. And of course, officials are telling people to avoid the area. The chief said things got tense, that local law enforcement did have to use so-called less lethal munitions and gas to control the crowd because officers had been surrounded at one point. He says that's something they don't want to do.
All right. Matt Sepik, thank you so much again for your reporting. Thank you all for listening to NPR News live special coverage of the second fatal shooting involving federal law enforcement this month in the state of Minnesota. Stay with us for a program coming up at 5 o'clock with my colleague, Catherine Richard. She's going to be taking your calls to hear from you. Stay with NPR News.
Well, I spoke twice this morning shortly after.
You're listening to NPR News, 91.1 FM, KNOW, Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're at 2 below zero under clear skies right now. Tonight, lows will be in the double digits below zero. Do keep that in mind. It doesn't look like it'll be too breezy, though, overnight. Tomorrow, for your Sunday, partly sunny skies. Highs, again, will be in the single digits. Sunday night, looking clear as well. Not seeing anything in the way of precipitation or snow coming up for us for the weekend. Headed into Monday, it will begin to warm up a little bit, increasing cloud cover, but highs will reach the teens. Tuesday, the sun will be shining and highs will be again in the teens. So the coldest days are the next couple of weekend days, and we'll have warmer weather in the teens for you on Monday. We're going to turn now to my colleague, Catherine Richard, who is going to be taking some of your calls and checking in with Minnesotans about what's been unfolding today. Hi, Catherine.
Yeah, good evening, Nina. Coming up, we're going to continue our special coverage of the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti this morning by a federal agent. Pretti was shot around 9 a.m. this morning. The Department of Homeland Security says their officer was acting in self-defense. Video footage of this altercation raises questions about that narrative. And this marks the third shooting involving federal law enforcement in about 3 weeks, and the second fatal shooting since the Trump administration ramped up immigration enforcement here late last year. So this hour, we're going to hear from our reporters on the ground who have been covering the shooting. We'll talk with a constitutional law professor about the legal implications of what we're seeing play out there. And we want to hear from you. What do you think today's news of a fatal shooting involving a federal agent means for Minnesota? What questions do you have about federal law enforcement authority?
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. A Border Patrol agent has shot and killed a man in Minneapolis whom officials say was apparently a U.S. citizen. Senator Amy Klobuchar identified him as 37-year-old Alex Pretti. Immigration officials say they were targeting a person they say is an undocumented person, and the man who died approached them with a weapon. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says officers tried to disarm him, but the man allegedly violently resisted. Governor Tim Walz says videos show that's not true. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey blames the Trump administration.
The city of Minneapolis is filing a declaration after today's shooting to encourage the judge to rule on a temporary restraining order on Monday that would grant us immediate relief and would help stop this operation that has been so harmful to the city of Minneapolis. The state of Minnesota has resulted in multiple shootings and tragic deaths.
3 people have been shot, 2 died. A massive winter storm is sweeping from the southwest through the mid-Atlantic and up through New England this weekend, affecting some 200 million people. More than a dozen states have declared states of emergency. NPR's Amy Held has more.
The storm will last through Monday. National Weather Service meteorologist Frank Pereira says it could go down in history as the biggest.
This may be the all-time both population impact and geographical scope.
With more than half the U.S. population hit by some combination of snow, topping a foot in parts, ice up to an inch or more, and cold as low as sub-zero. Officials say stay home, but for some people, that's outside.
It's brutal out there. It's so cold it hurts. It hurts. It's painful.
Whitney Slater was sleeping in his car, but moved to a warming center set up in Detroit. The cold will lock in the snowpack for days, and in parts of the South, forecasters warn of catastrophic ice threatening the power system. Amy Held, NPR News.
Russia launched hundreds of drones and missiles at Ukraine's 2 largest cities as Ukrainian, Russian, and American envoys held peace talks in the United Arab Emirates. NPR's Joanna Kakissis reports.
Attack drones flew over neighborhoods in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, as air defense units tried to shoot them down. Russia has repeatedly struck Ukraine's energy grid during the coldest winter since the full-scale invasion nearly 4 years ago. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko wrote on social media that half of the city's apartment buildings are once again without heat. Klitschko told NPR on Thursday that it's a challenge to repair the capital's massive heating system.
And to rebuild new one right now and during the wartime, it's impossible. We need a lot of money and time for that.
He said Ukraine needs more air defense supplies to protect its energy grid.
NPR's Joanna Kakissis reporting. You're listening to NPR News.
For NPR News in the Twin Cities, I'm Kelly Blyer. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey is requesting support from the Minnesota National Guard after a 37-year-old man was shot and killed by federal agents in South Minneapolis this morning. Frey says the National Guard will reinforce local law enforcement, which he says is stretched thin because of the thousands of federal agents in the city. A witness says Alex Pretti was helping direct traffic in an area where federal agents had started to gather when there was a confrontation. Minneapolis police say they believe he was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. And speaking this afternoon, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz called on President Donald Trump to end the federal operation in the state.
As I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening.
Walz says that Minnesota's Justice Department, quote, must have the last word on the investigation into that shooting. The head of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Greg Bovino, says officers were conducting an enforcement operation in Minneapolis when they encountered Pretti. Bovino says that officers were trying to disarm the man and says he violently resisted, but video from the scene circulating on social media does not show Pretti pointing a gun or threatening agents.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots.
Governor Tim Walz says he's seen videos of the shooting from different angles and called the administration's characterization of the incident, quote, nonsense and lies. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension says it has been blocked from investigating the fatal shooting. In a social media post, a spokesperson for the agency says the BCA was called to the scene of the shooting by Minneapolis police. They say BCA personnel tried to access the location of the shooting, but were prevented from doing so by DHS officials at the scene despite a secured search warrant. This is NPR News.
I'm Catherine Richer. You're listening to NPR News. This morning, a federal agent shot and killed Alex Pretti. That's a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident, marking the third shooting involving federal officers in roughly 3 weeks, and the second fatality tied to what the Trump administration says is federal immigration enforcement. The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement that Pretti was armed with a handgun, that a struggle ensued as agents tried to subdue him, and that a agent fired defensive shots. But as he appealed for calm today, Governor Tim Walz slammed that narrative, saying the federal operation that's gripped the Twin Cities the past 6 months has become, quote, a campaign of organized brutality against our state. And today, that campaign claimed another life. Walz said the federal government could not be trusted with the investigation of this shooting and that Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. This hour, we're going to hear from our reporters who have been on the ground. We'll talk about how this third shooting has sparked protests and debate over federal authority and local governance. And we'll talk with a constitutional law professor about President Trump's comment today that Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and Governor Walz are, quote, inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. And I'll be joined this hour by our All Things Considered host, Clay Masters, to take your calls. You can join our conversation. What do you think of today's fatal shooting involving a federal agent and what it means for Minnesota? What questions do you have about federal law enforcement authority? Call us at 651-227-6000 or 800-242-2828. First, I want to bring in our reporter, Faven Gorezgaher, who's been on the ground all day covering the shooting and its aftermath. Hello, Faven.
Hello.
Thanks for being with us. Okay, just walk us through what happened this morning.
Around 9 a.m., a Border Patrol officer shot a man near 26th and Nicollet in the Whittier neighborhood of Minneapolis. He's since been identified as 37-year-old Alex Pretti, an ICU nurse. Video footage shows a federal agent pushing one person when Pretti comes to intervene. In the video, you see several agents then scuffling with him, and he's on the ground when an agent shoots him multiple times. A witness says before the shooting, federal agents and observers had started to gather, and Pretti was helping direct auto traffic to get around the area.
The gentleman I was standing next to was focused on helping people who were coming into Nicollet Avenue understand that they needed to take it slow and helping them get through. The ICE agents approached us, told us to back up, back up. I'm not even sure why. We were helping them, if anything. And I got on the snowbank, and next thing I knew, they shot him.
Yeah, using the witness's name for her safety. Pretti lived not too far from where he was fatally shot.
Yeah, Faven, this is Clay Masters. I'm wondering if you could tell us what we know so far about the federal officer involved in the shooting, if we know anything at this point.
I have been focused on the ground for several hours. It was pretty volatile. So I am more familiar with the scene. I believe he was a Border Patrol officer who had several years of experience. There were a lot of Border Patrol agents here, and I counted around over 70 federal agents in total. I'm not quite sure if he has been identified yet.
Okay. Hey, Faven, can you just tell us what's happening on the scene right now?
Yeah. Community members are gathering to be with each other. They have blocked off the street with garbage bins and other items from around the neighborhood and have gathered firewood and started a bonfire. On the other end of this block of Nicollet, there are folks who are chanting against ICE. And then at the site of the shooting, there is a memorial now for Pretti, and it has a wooden cross.
Okay, thank you so much, Faven. We appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
This is special coverage on Minnesota Public Radio News of yet another fatal shooting by a federal agent today in Minneapolis while conducting an immigration enforcement action. And NPR news reporter Molly Castle-Work, who's my colleague down in Rochester, is joining us now to tell us more about the victim and this shooting. So, Molly, what do we know about the man who was shot and killed by a Customs and Border Protection officer this morning in Minneapolis?
Hi, Catherine. So we know that his name was Alex Pretti. We know he was 37 years old. His parents told the Associated Press today that their son was an intensive care unit nurse for the VA, which is the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. And he lives in Minneapolis, fairly close to where he was shot.
Okay, so Clay, I think you're going to jump in here.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to learn more about Pretti and who he was. I understand our NPR News reporters have been trying to learn more from friends and family members. What have you discovered so far?
Yeah, exactly. We've had reporters door knocking all day today, making calls. We know that Pretti, as I said, lives in Minneapolis. He grew up in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and graduated from Preble High School with honors in 2006. We can tell he was a theater kid from looking at school yearbooks. He was involved in theater. He was in a vocal quartet. And we reached a coworker who spoke with us earlier today. His name is Dimitri Draconia, and he's an infectious disease doctor and clinical researcher with the University of Minnesota. And he and Pretti worked together at the VA. Draconia says he was incredibly good at his job, and he worked as an ICU nurse, as I said, and he was just often helping people through really scary situations. And Draconia just also says he was the kindest coworker. They loved the outdoors and biking. And here's more from him.
And he was a guy that was always friendly, always joking. You could never leave a conversation with him feeling down. Honestly, he was the kind of guy that picked everyone up when you were around him.
So what else are people saying about Alex who knew him or lived near him?
So our reporters did get a hold of a neighbor too, Jean Weiner. She says she remembers having, little neighborly chats with him. Here's something from her too.
We talked over the fence when he took his dog out. We talked about that. He was a calm person.
Yeah, and Weiner and Draconia said they're both just really shocked and angry to hear that their neighbor and coworker was killed by federal agents today, conducting these aggressive enforcement actions. And our news team is continuing to reach out to friends and families, and we'll keep you updated as we learn more.
Okay, thank you so much, Molly.
Thanks, Catherine and Clay.
If you're just joining our conversation, we are talking about the second fatal shooting involving a federal officer that occurred this morning in the Whittier neighborhood of Minneapolis. We want you to join our conversation. What do you think of today's news of a fatal shooting involving a federal agent, the second since Trump increased immigration enforcement here? What does it mean for Minnesota? And what questions do you have about federal law enforcement authority? You can call us at 651-227-6000 or 800-242-2828. I have with me in studio this hour our All Things Considered host, Clay Masters. We're taking your questions. And now I want to bring in a guest who can help us sort through some of the legal questions around today's shooting and that of Renee Macklin Good nearly 3 weeks ago. Jill Hasday is a distinguished McKnight University professor and Centennial Professor of Law at the University of Minnesota. She specializes in constitutional law and legal history. Thanks so much for being with us, Jill.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, Jill, just to start, what was your reaction when you heard the news that there was a second fatal shooting involving a federal agent this morning?
I think, like every human being, I felt, dread and grief.
And, we've heard a lot of calls for political leaders in Minnesota for ICE to leave. Does the state actually have the ability to enforce that?
No. So the Constitution has a supremacy clause, which means federal law overrules state law. And the Supreme Court has held for decades that the federal government has complete control over immigration enforcement. So it's not up to the state whether the federal government can enforce immigration laws.
Jill, this is Clay Masters. Earlier today, President Trump posted on social media that the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry, and Governor Tim Walz are, quote, inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. What do you make of this claim?
Well, Trump has been threatening, actually for years, back to his first term, to invoke the Insurrection Act. And let me just say a brief word about what that is.
Yeah, please.
The basic baseline in American law was established by this law called the Posse Comitatus Act, which Congress passed immediately after the Civil War. And it sets the baseline that the military can't do ordinary civilian law enforcement. But the Posse Comitatus Act has this exception. It says unless the military performing ordinary civilian law enforcement is specifically authorized by either a constitutional provision or a statute. Well, the Insurrection Act is the biggest exception to the baseline set by the Posse Comitatus Act of no military performing ordinary civilian law enforcement. And it provides that the president can use either U.S. troops, active U.S. troops, or federalized National Guard in three basic circumstances. One, and this is the most common, the state feels overwhelmed and the governor or the legislator asks the military to come in. Second, to uphold federal authority when rebellion or violence or obstruction prevents the enforcement of federal laws. Or third, to enforce federal court orders. That was particularly useful during the Civil Rights era. So I took that social media post as suggesting that Trump is not necessarily planning, but thinking about making an argument that the preconditions for the Insurrection Act have been met because federal law is not being enforced.
Well, and we've heard him say, as he's pressed by it by White House reporters, yes, I'm not going to use it yet, but it's a powerful tool. He's been talking about it now for some time. So I guess what do you? I guess it's not the clearest thing to kind of second guess here, but what do you think it would? Does this rise to the occasion of what it would take for him to do that?
Okay, so there's two separate questions, which is one is anticipating what Donald Trump will do, which I think is very difficult.
Right.
But a second question is, have the preconditions of the Insurrection Act been met? To me, they have not. The idea of the Insurrection Act, which is this huge exception to ordinary principles of civilians governing civilian law enforcement, is that, civil society has broken down. Civil society has not broken down in Minnesota. The civilian courts are functioning. The police are operating. There's just no evidence that ordinary law enforcement is not operating such that we would need this extraordinary remedy of the military coming in to do law enforcement for us.
If you're just joining our conversation, we're talking about the, second fatal shooting involving a federal officer that occurred this morning in the Whittier neighborhood of Minneapolis. We want you to join our conversation. What do you think of news of today's fatal shooting involving a federal agent, what it means for Minnesota? Were you there on the ground? We want to hear from you as well. And what questions do you have about federal law enforcement authority? Our guests can help sort those out. Call us at 651-227-6000 or 800-242-2828. I want to get to James in Rochester. James, what do you want to share today?
Yeah, so while listening today, Drew Evans of the BCA said that even though they had a judicial warrant, they weren't allowed into the crime scene. They were blocked by the feds. And he further suggested that they had to stand down because they didn't want a standoff. So my question is, what would happen if there were a standoff? And why not have a standoff? Maybe that's kind of a naive view on my point, but I'd like more details on what that might look like and what they would be afraid of. Also, kind of a related thing, one of the city council members of Minneapolis suggested that she would like to see law enforcement, either city or state, protect the citizenry. So it looks like they're on the side of the citizens. And it's kind of a related topic, and I think you get the gist of my opinion here.
Thank you so much, James. Jill, James has a lot going on there with his question, but what do you make of his question? And then I'm curious to know what you thought of this statement that Drew Evans made today, that they got a warrant signed by a judge to investigate the area and were blocked from doing that.
Right. So it's unprecedented. I mean, the way these investigations work is that the federal government and the state cooperate. I can't think of a precedent where there's a standoff where the federal government doesn't let the crime scene investigators in. It's not like ICE is an expert in forensic examination of a potential crime scene. So I don't have a lot of legal precedents to call on for that one. I assume that the local police stood down because obviously they don't want violence, and as a legal matter, having an armed confrontation between the local police and the federal troops would strengthen the argument for invoking the Insurrection Act.
You know, we've been hearing so much to this argument from the Trump administration that they are simply enforcing immigration laws, and yet our reporting and the Star Tribune's reportings and other media outlets have shown quite a few times now that people are being stopped and detained who are, in fact, U.S. Citizens. I mean, what do you make of that dynamic?
I think that there is substantial evidence of ongoing violations of constitutional rights along a number of dimensions. First, there appears to be substantial evidence that the First Amendment not only protects your right to free speech and to observe government activity, even to heckle, as long as you're not obstructing their business. First Amendment also says the government can't retaliate against you because you're taking a speech position they don't like. I think there's substantial evidence that, at least in some instances, there's been retaliation against people for protected First Amendment activity. The Fourth Amendment has long been understood to require a judicial warrant, a warrant from an actual judge before you can go into someone's house, with narrow exceptions like the police hear a shot being fired and they have to go in because there's an emergency. And I think everyone's seen video of the ICE going into people's houses without a judicial warrant. They say they have a warrant, but what they mean by a warrant is just an administrative piece of paper from within their own agency. The whole purpose of a warrant is you're having an independent person, an independent authority look at it. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go on.
I think there's also, but this is like kind of uncharted, but I've seen some law professors arguing that there's a potential Second Amendment claim in that, at least as the videos as I understand it, there's no evidence that Mr. Pretti is touching or brandishing his gun at all. He's just, but he has it. And to the extent that that's why they shot him, that's arguably a Second Amendment violation. He's legally, entitled to have that gun.
We also heard from Major General Sean Minke of the Minnesota National Guard confirming today at a press conference that the Guard troops have been on active duty for a week and soldiers in the metro area are ready to respond. The Guard is responding to a request from Hennepin County Sheriff to assist providing security at the Federal Whipple building. There was declining to say how many troops have been mobilized, but more are being mobilized today. What do you make of just the mobilization of the National Guard?
Well, one of the points I thought that the state of Minnesota made very effectively in its suit against the Trump administration is just the enormous resource demands on state and local resources that the ICE surge has placed in Minnesota. Minneapolis only has 600 police officers. ICE has apparently sent around 3,000 troops. And there's been all these consequences in terms of maintaining order. So in the complaint, they talk about, ICE takes people out of their cars and they leave the cars in the middle of the street, or even at least in one case with the car running, it's not in park. But I think this is another example where the state is attempting to, maintain order, and in part it has to expend its own resources.
We have Josie in St. Paul on the line. Josie, what do you want to share?
Hello. I was there this morning within the first hour of the shooting, and I just had an extraordinary time being there. I heard so many people say that it was their first time ever getting tear gassed, and it was obvious. I mean, it was just hard to ignore how much of a residential area this was. This is like Nicollet Avenue. MCAD is down the street. I've got friends that went to school there. I have a billion memories on that street, and now the first and foremost memory is going to be looking at this street and seeing the amount of tear gas and people holding up their hands, chanting, "Don't shoot."
Yeah.
And it was just extremely overwhelming as someone who is a lifelong resident here. And I wanted to share that. I also do have a question about, in terms of legality, I was wondering how long it could take for us to see any law passed around federal agents wearing masks. Because I know that several states have shown interest in passing such laws. And yes, I'm interested in how long could that possibly take to happen?
Thank you so much, Josie. Jill, I mean, that's a question we've been getting a lot. These law enforcement officials wear masks. That's very different from what we see from, MPD and other local law enforcement entities. Why did they do that? And are there any potential changes there that could be made?
Okay, well, they say they do that because they don't want people, the agents don't want their names to be released and people to look up their addresses. That they say it's a public safety. But it is striking that the police don't shield their face. And you could imagine a compromise where, for instance, ICE shields their face, but they have a very visible badge number. So if something happens, you can, know who it was, right? I think the obstacles to changing that are not really legal, but they're political. Congress could pass a law requiring ICE agents to be unmasked. I mean, the obstacles are, I presume that Trump would try to veto it, so you'd have to have a two-thirds majority in each house, which would be very, very difficult. But the obstacle to that law is political. It's not legal.
Yeah, and I mean, it would also be worth noting, too, that Democratic lawmakers at the state level have been talking about this as well. They go back to the Capitol on February 17th when the 2026 legislative session begins again. And Josie, I'm curious, are you still on the line there?
I am.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm interested. You said it was about an hour after it happened that you came upon the scene, and can you kind of just explain just what it was like with the temperatures, the way that they were? I mean, a lot of people were watching kind of streaming services as they were showing, kind of as tear gas was being deployed. People were backing off. But how much of an organization did it feel like the protesters had as they were voicing their frustration?
Well, there was a lot of confusion still about the situation about an hour after it happened. We didn't even know Alex's name yet. Yeah. And people were rolling in there just like me who found out about it or were just down the street and felt a compulsion to show up and witness and be there, make sure that there are eyes on the agents that are still on the scene, and also report back to anybody that we knew what was happening. Yeah. So in terms of a level of organization, it's hard to say. I was also when I arrived, I was on a different street than where the protesters were. I was actually where the FBI rolled in. That was the section I was in, and there was significantly fewer protesters there than the main street where there was where all the tear gas was coming from.
Thank you so much, Josie, for sharing that with us. Jill, Josie's question raises, or her comment at least, raises one for me, which is I think a lot of people are wondering right now what the best way to protest is and what their rights and protections are. Especially if, the military is deployed here under the Insurrection Act. I mean, what advice or what should people be thinking about?
Okay. So I guess I want to say two things. So the first is you have a First Amendment right to protest. You have a First Amendment right to record ICE agents. And in fact, in many of these cases, if people weren't recording with their phones, we really wouldn't know what happened. But you don't have a First Amendment right to resist or to obstruct or to make the work of ICE agents more difficult. And I would advise people to be careful about staying on that line because it seems pretty clear that ICE has very little tolerance for resistance, and they have a very low bar for what they call resistance. I think that's an area where there's potential First Amendment violations going on. ICE is saying the person is resisting or obstructing, but in fact, they're just recording. They're not blocking anything. The second thing I want to say is that even if Trump were to invoke the Insurrection Act, the Constitution would still apply in full force. So I think there would be two sets of lawsuits if Trump were to try to invoke the Insurrection Act. The first is lawsuits about whether the preconditions have actually been met. When Trump relied on a different statute to send the National Guard, for instance, to Chicago, district courts found that he was claiming a scenario that just was not factually true. So I think there'll be litigation about whether the preconditions for the Insurrection Act have actually been met. But second, the military itself has to operate on constitutional boundaries. The Constitution would still apply in full force. One of the dangers of invoking the Insurrection Act, and why I think it should just be reserved for very, very narrow circumstances, is that the military is trained to be, an army operating abroad in wartime. It's not trained to do domestic law enforcement respecting constitutional rights. The last time the Insurrection Act was invoked was in 1992. The governor of California asked for troops to come in after the unrest that was sparked by the acquittal of the white police officers that beat up Rodney King in L.A. And so the military is in L.A., it's doing ordinary law enforcement. The Marines accompany L.A. police to this house responding to a domestic disturbance, so very much ordinary law enforcement. 2 shots are fired out of the house. The police officer starts heading towards the house, and he says back to his colleagues, "Cover me." Well, in police talk, cover me means have your weapon at the ready and be prepared to shoot if someone else, shoots at us. But in Marine lingo, cover me means, shoot endless ammunition into this house so I can proceed. So the Marines, responding to their training, start firing into this house. They fire 200 bullets into this house. There's 3 kids inside. By some miracle, no one is actually hit by any of these bullets. But it's a good, I think, reminder that the Constitution would apply in full force, but if Trump invokes the Insurrection Act and a court allows it, you have a group that's just not trained to operate in the domestic United States dealing with citizens who have, full constitutional rights.
We have Amna in St. Paul on the line. Amna, I hope I'm getting that right. What do you want to share?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm calling not with a question, but more of a comment. I'm a professor here in Minnesota, and I am a naturalized citizen. And truly, I'm disgusted and appalled that the country and the state that I now call home has become ground zero for the kind of hate and violence which has usually been associated with the third world, which is where I come from. And I'm calling in to say that at 7 o'clock today, there is a planned protest in every neighborhood. I got this email from the Higher Ed Labor United, which is at 7 o'clock, people should come out with candles on the corners of their streets, in their neighborhoods. And the more of us that are out there protesting right now, the more it is that the more we will be heard. And, one of the things that I've been really attracted to coming to the U.S. was always the freedoms that we were guaranteed over here, the First Amendment being one of them. And to see those freedoms under attack, it is absolutely imperative that we all get out there and make our voices heard. So please be out there at 7 o'clock today with a candle.
Yes, that's happening all over the state, as from what we can understand here. We have Rick in Eden Prairie on the line. Rick, what do you want to share?
Yeah, I've been trying to brainstorm and figure out, okay, what's the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to get ICE out of Minnesota. And I just think it's a struggle confronting ICE. So is there some other way to do it? And the only thing I'm not saying is a great idea is somehow these protesters have to go to the districts of the 3 Republican congressmen, Emmer, Felstad, and I forget the other person.
Brad Finstad, 1st Congressional District. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's all I can come up with. I don't know if there's better ideas, but taking ICE on head on seems like a losing battle unless we want a civil war.
Yeah.
But if we can be effective to getting those 3 to understand, they're going to lose their election. And if all Minnesota federal government officials, Congress and Senate stood up because they're the only 3 left saying we want ICE out, to me that would be a pretty loud voice to Trump.
Jill, what is the role of Congress here in a situation like this?
There's so much Congress could do if it had the will to act. And I will say, apparently there's been movement. It looks like the current bill to fund ICE is not going to be able to survive a filibuster in the Senate, with some people announcing that they're not supporting it after today's killing. But Congress, there's so many things Congress could do. Congress could ban masks. Congress could say ICE. So historically, ICE has gone after individuals that they know about in advance, and then they decide they figure out the person's routine, and then they have a plan. What's the safest place to apprehend this person? ICE has not historically done. We're going to drive on the street and pick up people that we happen to see. So Congress could have a rule. These are all congressionally funded agencies. Congress can control the conditions under which they operate. One of the things the founders didn't anticipate is, so James Madison, who's a key figure writing the Constitution, he thinks he secured our freedom because he says ambition will counteract ambition. In other words, the founders were actually most concerned about Congress, but they thought they've set up this system where there's these three branches and everyone will be battling for supremacy, and that will keep the whole thing in check. And the founders did not anticipate the rise of political parties, which seems like a big hole in retrospect, but obviously it's easier to know things in retrospect than going forward. And the problem is, because of partisan alignment, Congress really has not been willing, Republicans in Congress haven't been willing to be a check on the Republican president.
And we heard Senator Klobuchar in a press conference a moment ago. I believe it was one of our reporters, Matt Sepik, was asking her, are you prepared to use all the levers of Congress or what you can do? And she kind of sidestepped the question there a little bit because, I was interviewing her a couple weeks ago where she was saying, like, we just need to have a check on Donald Trump. And right now, they don't have that in Congress. And so a lot of it is an election question at this point, isn't it?
I think that, yes. Obviously, I think there's going to be I'm not a political analyst. Right. I think there's a lot of issues at issue in the midterms, but I would anticipate that this ICE surge will be a live political issue in the midterms, at least in Minnesota.
Yeah, and we've seen some more local level Republicans make comments. Senator Duckworth, a Republican in the suburbs of the Twin Cities, saying on X today, we're long overdue for a tactical pause. Leaders at all levels need to assess the current situation for what it is, not what they want it to be, take the temperature down and rhetoric down. So, we're seeing a little bit of that. I know that another Senator Abler, had a similar kind of call for taking the rhetoric down. But at the federal level, Republicans have control. And I think it's very noteworthy that, so many times I've covered issues in the past where there's been a shooting, there's been an investigation that's needed to be looked into, and every layer of government talks about we need to wait until there's an investigation that has been completed before we rush to judgment. And this is a situation where we are not seeing that. I believe we're going to go to some more callers here.
Yeah, let's see. We have Monica she's from Minnesota. That's all we have about her. We know she's here. Monica, what do you want to share with us?
Yeah, hello. I would like to know more about the difference between ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. For example, when I look at the footage today, the federal agents, to me, seem to have those kind of hodgepodge outfits. The ones ICE seems to be the ones wearing the blue jeans and the tennis shoes and all of the different colored stuff. That's what I saw in today's footage. Customs and Border Patrol, I thought, wore the more formal types of uniforms. Mm-hmm. And yet I keep hearing that the agent or agents involved with the shooting were Customs and Border Patrol. I realize this may sound trite, but don't they have different levels of power and authority?
Monica, not trite at all. I think that is a really good question. I think people are generally confused by federal law enforcement officials that they're seeing in Minnesota, but also, local law enforcement too. We've heard our local law enforcement say this is confusing for people. People are not calling us when they need us because they are worried about ICE and border control. So, Jill, what is the difference between border control and ICE? Can you just sort of help our audience maybe understand what the separation of authority is here?
Okay, so first let me say something else, which is, again, one of the core tenets of law enforcement is that you are supposed to wear uniforms unless you are in a special undercover operation. But generally, you're supposed to wear uniforms because then it helps identify you and people know what's going on. So the lack of consistent uniforms is very unusual. I would not say I'm a full expert on the ICE versus Customs and Border Control difference, but I will say that another legal objection people have had is that Customs and Border Control has extra powers within 150 miles of the border. So, for instance, within 150 miles of the border, they're able to do stops where they stop everyone on the highway and they do kind of a complete check of everyone. And there have been reports that Customs and Border Patrol, which again is supposed to be at the border, has been operating and doing those techniques far more than 150 miles from the border. So, and I'll just say that it's just not clear to me why the Border Control people are this far in.
Right. Yeah, that's a question we've addressed on the air a few times now. Let's see. We have Leah in Mankato. Leah, what do you want to share? Leah, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just need to call out Representative Brad Finstead from the 1st District. I literally just called there yesterday at like 4 o'clock, telling him my concerns for my mother and family that live up in Minneapolis, that the police are not able to do what the MPD is supposed to do. And literally, they don't care. Mm-hmm. I mean, from what I got from them, they don't care. But as a constituent, shouldn't he care about what I care about? And I'm not the only one who has family up in the cities but lives out here on the farm. But it was just, I will not stop. I will call that office every day and make them register my complaint, my concerns. But he put stuff out there on Facebook that, the agitators. Those agitators are my family who are literally being peaceful and protesting, and then literally 12 hours later, they kill somebody.
Leah, thank you for calling in and sharing that. If you're just joining our conversation, we're talking about the second fatal shooting involving a federal officer that occurred this morning in the Whittier neighborhood of Minneapolis. In studio with me is All Things Considered host Clay Masters, and we also have Jill Hasday with us on the line. She's a constitutional law expert. She's taking your questions about the legal implications about what we saw today. You can call us at 651-227-6000 or 800-242-2828. Betty in St. Paul is in the line. Betty, what do you want to share?
First, I want to share the views I'm expressing are mine and mine alone. I am a social worker who works on a crisis team. I go out into communities when people are having mental health crises, from like psychosis to suicide to homicide. We go out into these people's homes. Sometimes they're transported in our cars. And this is a wonderful service. We provide it at no cost to the clients. We operate 24 hours a day to support mental health. It's just getting really uncertain right now as to where we land within the legal spectrum. When we're transporting clients, do we open the door? Do we not open the door? So I'm just naming that for myself, but also want to share that this is available to anyone in Minnesota. All counties have mobile crisis teams, and 988 is available. You can find all your crisis teams on the Minnesota Department of Health website. And it's a very scary time. That's something that should be normalized, and it can have an impact on our nervous systems. So we just have to remember that we're operating like that, and to breathe and to move and to be in community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And Jill, what do you make of the legality of that? I mean, the legal question that she was asking there.
Well, I mean, if you open the door, you've opened the door.
Yeah.
And let them in. I mean, there is some. I've seen some cases where they dispute whether the person had the right to open the door, but typically, if you open the door, you've let them in. Because this is someone you've let into the house, and then if someone in the house opens the door, that's it.
We have Senna in Woodbury. I hope I'm getting that right. What do you want to share with us today?
Just
I guess, a little observation or a little, thoughts. I just think about what the future holds. And, okay, so let's say that in 2 years we actually have elections. In 1 year we actually have elections, and we have in 3 years we have the opportunity to change the leadership. I feel like a can of worms has kind of been opened here. I think the people who created our Constitution probably assumed that there were going to be statesmen in charge. And the person who is in charge doesn't seem to be a statesman, has very distinctively selfish motivations that seem to be totally different from what is the actual, good of the entire nation. And certainly, I suppose, the people of Minnesota right now. And I don't see how we can move forward without completely redoing the foundation of our government and putting so many more new checks in. And there's not going to be the will to do it. It's just very, it feels hopeless. It feels hopeless and very negative.
Jill, this is set against the backdrop of a lot of situations where we've seen kind of what Sanaz described, right? An imbalance between these three branches of government, and they were meant to balance each other out. Can you just say more about his observations and also where you see things going from here?
Okay, so I would say that obviously Donald Trump is responsible for everything he says and does, but it is also the case that there has been a steady expansion of executive power enabled and powered by the Supreme Court since especially the 80s. The current conservative supermajority on the Supreme Court is more or less a fan of what they call unitary executive theory, which is that the executive has complete control over the entire executive branch. That's why it looks like they're going to challenge the legitimacy of independent agencies. And so I think although executive power has expanded, one reason for that is the Supreme Court has allowed and enabled it. And then the other reason is that Congress, in a way the founders didn't anticipate, Congress is often happy to step back and have the president take the credit, but also the blame, right? He's the actor, and they're safe not taking a position. So I think the only solution is for every branch of government to reengage. I don't think like a new constitutional convention is realistic at this point, but the Congress needs to play a greater role. As I said, it's hard to. Almost every problem here, Congress could fix. It controls the power of the purse. It sets the rules for all these agencies. It's not necessarily a problem of the design of the system. It's how the individuals within it act.
Let's see. I want to go next to, Howard in, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Alexander in Roseville. Alexander, what do you want to share with us?
Hi there. I'll try to be brief. So I feel like there's been a lot of discussions since about 2021 and previously as well about what a constitutional crisis would look like. We talked about impeachments, emoluments clause, the Mueller report, withholding arms from Ukraine, January 6th insurrection. And I'm just wondering if maybe this is really what is looking to be like a later stage of a long saga of constitutional crises where effectively we find that Donald Trump and his cabinet are enemies of the state.
Jill, what do you make of that?
I will say that not every, but I think the strong majority of law professors think we've been in a constitutional crisis for quite some time. So
starting when?
At least the beginning of the second term. To me, the pardoning of the January 6th rioters is evidence of a breakdown of law and order. If you wanted to do an example that's less kind of politically fraught, but I think is really telling, right before Donald Trump starts the second term, the Supreme Court upholds the constitutionality of the TikTok ban, which Congress had passed on a bipartisan basis. The court says, yes, Congress has the power to ban TikTok from operating as long as its algorithm is controlled by the Chinese government. And then nothing happens. Donald Trump says, I'm not abiding by this. He tells companies, don't worry, you can continue to host TikTok on your servers or whatever. we're prospectively giving you immunity. That's a fundamental breakdown of the rule of law. Congress passed a statute. The Supreme Court upheld it. It is the law. It's not up to the president to not enforce it.
Yeah, and I do want to. We're getting a note here that earlier there was a call that was referencing the Republican members of the Minnesota congressional delegation. Just to remind people who they are, it's Brad Finstad, Michelle Fischbach, Pete Stauber, and Tom Emmer. Just a correction from an earlier caller. I think we've got another caller on the line that we want to get to here.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to Jim in Richfield next. Jim, what do you want to share with us?
Yeah, hey. Hi, NPR. First of all, let me just say I appreciate everything you do. However, your roles as journalists is to speak truth to power. So let me ask you all a question. Did you watch the videos of the shooting today?
I think most people in our newsroom have at this point, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Does what you saw match what Kristi Noem is saying what happened?
Well, I think this is an important question, Jim, right?
Well, hold on.
Go ahead.
That's it? It's an easy question. Yes or no?
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to make a call on that right now. But
Okay.
I think what you're getting at is that
Yes,
there
sir.
seem to be two different narratives around what actually happened this morning. We have the videos, and we also have what we're hearing from the Department of Homeland Security, which is that these officers were acting in self-defense. And this seems to be the crux of it, right, Jill? I mean, and Jim, I just wanted to clarify what I think you were getting at, but go ahead.
Yes. Politely, the fact is there isn't two sides of a narrative. There's the objective truth that was documented from multiple perspectives by multiple filmers. And
What do you think, Jim?
What I think is that what Kristi Noem has said, as well as the other government officials, is untruthful. And compared to what I've seen with my own eyes, which you all, I think, have also seen. And so I would respectfully ask to remind you all that you are truth tellers, not stenographers. So when a government official says something that conflicts with what you've seen, either with your own eyes or you've confirmed with your own reporting, you say that. You report that. You don't need to wait for somebody on the other side or a government official to say, they disagree with that narrative. You disagree with that narrative because the truth disagrees with that narrative.
Jim,
thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. Yeah, Jill, I think Jim is getting at an important question here, which is we're hearing two different versions of a story, and you've seen the videos too. You mentioned earlier that you didn't see Alex Pretti brandish a gun. Can you just say more about how important this question may actually be to any litigation that comes, if there is any?
Okay, so I want to say a few things. First, I think we can see actually the importance of these observer videos, because without it, we would have much less of a sense of what was going on. Second, I think one of the many ways in which this enforcement operation is unprecedented is typically after a shooting, at the hands of law enforcement, the first thing law enforcement says is, don't rush to judgment. We have to do a full investigation. Our crime scene people are coming, et cetera, right? And then they issue a report. And to me, what's striking in both the Renee Good and the Pretti case is how quickly the government has come forward with a complete story.
Yeah.
And not necessarily the easiest story to defend. I mean, they could say something like, it's confusion, you don't know, it could be a mistake, it's a split-second decision, but instead they make a very clear argument that this person was an ongoing menace. So that, I think, is also unprecedented. The next thing is that it's just not clear to me how much investigation is going to be done now. So the DHS, I think, has said that they're going to be investigating, but I don't know what they're doing.
And that is effectively investigating themselves, right?
Investigating themselves. And in the Renee Good case, a number of federal FBI agents and prosecutors resigned because they seemed to be investigating Renee Good herself and her wife and, her associates, and not investigating the agent who killed her. So it's just not clear to me if we're ever going to the extent to which we're going to have more information than we do from these bystander videos, because I don't know what kind of investigation is going to be is going to be done.
And I do think it's important here too, the role that we as journalists in our newsroom are playing. Our colleagues Faven Gerezgaher and Ben Hovland were on the scene, and we were confirming the videos that were shot in these, both Renee Macklin Good and this latest case with Alex Pretti. It's the importance of the reporters that are there getting this video so that we can observe it, and it is on our social media right now, so anybody can see it to show what conflicts with what the Department of Homeland Security is saying right now.
Yeah. We have just a few minutes left here. Jill, I'm going to paraphrase a question that came in that I think is an important one. We're not going to take any more calls at this point. It has to do around what rights minors have when it comes to ICE. We have seen children detained with their parents in the last few days. Can you just briefly say what, if anything, people should know about that?
My understanding is that ICE has its own official policy that it is not supposed to interrogate children, that it's supposed to confine itself to adults. That said, I think they also have a policy that if they are picking up an adult and the adult asks to remain united with their child, that they don't separate them. Mm-hmm. But I think the official policy is that if there's someone else to take the kid and keep them, out of detention, that ICE is supposed to do that. And as I only know what I read in the press, but the case of that 5-year-old it seems like the dispute is over whether ICE followed their own policy. ICE claims we kept the father because that was like our only option, and then the family says no. In fact, there's other relatives who were saying we'll take the child.
Jill, we have to wrap up. I want to thank our guest, Jill Hasday. She is a constitutional law and legal history expert at the University of Minnesota. I've had my colleague Clay Masters with me in the studio this hour. We're going to go next to All Things Considered from National Public Radio. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Minnesotans turn to NPR News when life is uncertain to understand what is happening